Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The DCI now says it is investigating and will take action against all those who misled Kenyans with the false information about former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i's impending arrest. DCI boss Mohamed Amin said the initial investigation indicated that there was a conspiracy to incite the public against security agencies.
Dr. Matiang'i informed his guards, some already interviewed by the DCI, that he was expecting guests who were lawyers and instructed them to grant access to his home upon their arrival. The lawyers arrived shortly after and proceeded to a meeting inside the house of Dr. Fred Matiang'i. They were later joined afterwards by politicians led by none other than the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. After another few minutes, the lawyers drove off in 3 vehicles, leaving 3 other cars in the compound. And as they left, they informed the guards that they were going to address the press.
Amin said that the staff who were at the former CS's home have already recorded their statements as far the investigations continue. Meanwhile, Interior CS Kithure Kindiki and Inspector General of Police Javed Koome denied that security officers raided Matiang'i's residence. Kenya Kwanza leaders have also labelled the allegations as pure propaganda meant to incite Kenyans. Kimani Ichung'wah is the National Assembly Majority Leader.
Profesa Kindiki amesema hakuna afisa hata mmoja wa kitengo chochote cha polisi alikuwa kwa nyumba ya Matiang'i. Yale yalikuwa ni mambo yaliyolengwa kuwachochea wa Kenya, na tukamwambia aliyekuwa waziri Matiang'i, usiogope, ni yale wazungu wanasema wale walio na tuhuma za mambo maovu waliowafanya huwa wanaogopa, lakini ukijua uko na hatia wacha kuogopa. Kama kitengo chochote cha usalama ama wanasheria kitakuhitaji, sheria itafuatwa na utafuatiliwa kulingana na sheria. Kwa hivyo wasiogope.
The High Court already granted Matiang'i an anticipatory bail of 200,000 shillings against his arrest. Now, Azimio One Kenya Coalition Co-Principal Kalonzo Musyoka has urged the party to pardon members who held a meeting with President William Ruto at State House, Nairobi on Tuesday. Speaking during an Azimio Coalition Parliamentary Group meeting led by party leader Raila Odinga at Manzoni Lounge in Machakos, Musyoka indicated that members who were trying to shift political allegiance after winning their seats have everything to lose should elections be held today. Kalonzo cited the case of Lang'ata MP Felix Odiwuor, popularly known as Jalango, who was met with hostility after showing up at the Manzoni meeting, yet he was among the 9 MPs condemned for going to State House.
Please do not blame your constituents when, after 4 years or thereabouts, they throw you out. Do you think these people who went to State House the other day, if there's an election to be called, would they really? Poor Jalango. In fact, I was looking for him. I'm still going to look for Jalango because he was here. We must also exercise tolerance. When somebody wants to say sorry, don't throw them out. I see that is a point of departure. But imagine the state of mind poor Jalango is in. Time is extremely of the essence. What you decide to do out of Manzoni today and tomorrow may shape your future positive progression in elective politics. And don't say you are nominated, because even then you may want to run.
Still in the same end, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance party leader Raila Odinga has called for the resignation of 9 MPs affiliated with the coalition who met President William Ruto at State House, Nairobi, Tuesday. The 9 are Kisumu Senator Tom Ojienda MPs Felix Odiwuor of Lang'ata, Mark Nyamita of Uriri, Karoli Omondi, Suba South, Gideon Ochando of Bondo, Elisha Odhiambo of Gem, Paul Abur of Rongo and Walter Wino of Awendo. While labeling the leaders as traitors, Odinga in a statement stated that the lawmakers lied when they stated that they only attended the meeting to follow up on developmental pledges President vowed to bring to their constituencies when he toured the Nyanza region in January. According to Odinga, only Parliament can approve the budgets of such projects, hence lawmakers don't need to seek an audience with the head of state whenever they want to be allotted monies for the same. Now, House Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has told off retired President Uhuru Kenyatta of attempts to drag his mother, former First Lady Mama Ngina Kenyatta, into personal accountability matters. He challenged the former head of state to defend himself against any claims of tax evasion without involving his elderly mother. Ichung'wah said Mama Ngina should be left alone and those responsible for tax evasion be held accountable. The Kikuyu legislator, who maintained that every Kenyan should pay tax, asked the former head of state to face the Kenya Revenue Authority and clear any arrears, if any. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
So who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes.
And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
Where?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
Since I'm not shipping up.
You're my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the sheep in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talam used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a sheep or a sheep goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
good morning. Welcome to Friday. Okay, so what is it looking like? It looks like it's going to be a busy one. A lot of outbound traffic today. We're already seeing something building up on Mombasa Road. Heading out then through to the city centre and then through to Westlands. There's some movement on Chiromo. We'll see that on James Gishuru. Will happen for most parts of the morning. Juja Road looks like it's going to have a little bit of action here and there. Outer Ring not looking too bad for now. The Eastern Bypass with some movement. Kangunda Road also looks pretty busy right about now. So it looks like we started off Friday with a bang. Keep safe though, regardless of what it is. Where might you be stuck already this morning? I don't think too much for now. It's going to get busier. Let us know what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Senashara, good morning and how are you doing? Welcome to Friday. It's finally Friday.
Yeah.
Where, my friend?
Your calendar has done the thing.
This Friday has... I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. How you doing, everybody? Well, Indu. Uko sawa?
I don't understand.
Well, uko sawa?
Uko sawa.
Ni nini?
Good morning.
Why are you like that?
Sawa. Ulini sawa.
Siwezi kukusahau. No. I cannot forget you. No, never.
Okay.
Mimi nikusahau. Mimi. Never.
Okay.
Never ever.
Mambo lakini?
Mambo iko freshi. Yes. It's all good. It's Friday.
Because Friday all is good, or it's all good and it happens to be Friday?
The latter.
Okay, so.
It's Friday. Yes. There's something. Well, it's not like I'm going to have it here free weekend. Busy through the weekend, but at least there's something about psychologically
the weekend has
Friday.
Yeah,
You know?
I know.
Yeah. It's a Friday.
It's a world phenomenon, actually.
Yes. Everybody just feels, okay, we're
done.
going into the weekend.
Yeah.
However, now in the Arabic countries, do they feel Thursday or?
Yeah, they're like, it's Thursday. But then
It's
again,
Thursday.
Tomorrow is the day they're like waiting for Saturday.
Yeah, but
the
it's
weekend
today.
is Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunday they're at work.
So Thursday is
our Friday.
So is that the vibe for people who are like in Saudi Arabia,
And
in Qatar,
Dubai.
in
Yeah,
Dubai?
sure,
Like
yeah.
Thursday is like any Thursday.
Tonight, sleeping tomorrow.
Okay. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. At 7 o'clock, we want to have a conversation about promoting Nairobi as a preferred seat for international arbitration. We'll be joined by a chartered arbitrator and the chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya branch, Dr. Wilfred Mutubwa. He joins us at 7 a.m. for that conversation. At 8 o'clock, let's talk about building digital trust in the SACCO industry. So you know about SACCOs. SACCOs have become very, very, very big in this country. The amount of savings in SACCOs is in the close to trillion, actually.
Yes.
And here we are now. They have also become, many SACCOs are deposit taking as well. So there are a lot of financial transactions that take place in SACCOs. Now, do you have that trust in terms of like digital operations and the platforms that they have? Kenneth Odhiambo is the Chief Executive Officer of Mwalimu National SACCO. Now, you can imagine how big this one is.
Mwalimus.
It's a Mwalimu SACCO. We have many stories, but we'll see whether we can ask him those other stories.
Okay.
But we'll focus mainly on building digital trust in the SACCO industry. At 9 a.m., Dunstan Omari is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He was in court yesterday and he acquired some anticipatory warrant on behalf of his client, the former CS for the Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Dunstan Omari was also at Dr. Matiang'i's home the day before yesterday. And what were they talking about?
There were people who...
They are saying Matiang'i's life is in danger. As we speak.
Cannot allow this night.
Because there are people who are here now. We don't know whether that actually happened. Yesterday, all arms of government, from the CS for Interior, from the EACC Director, DCI, everybody was just saying, nope.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me. We're not there. So who was there? Was there anyone at Matiang'i's home? Dunstan Omari will come and tell us the intrigues of the alleged Matiang'i attempted arrest. Tell us about
attempted.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Okay. We'll wait and see, Habi.
Yes.
Have you finished?
Yes.
Okay. 677 million, that's what we're looking at in terms of COVID around the world. The US House of Reps votes to end foreign air traveler COVID vaccine requirement. So if you're going to the US, your plans, you don't have to worry anymore about having your vaccine certificate. You should be okay because they think, look, I mean, it's okay.
Let's just
leave this thing. It's done. Washington said Thursday that They voted to end a requirement that most foreign air travelers be vaccinated against COVID-19, one of the few remaining pandemic travel restrictions in place. The vote was 227 to 201, with 7 Democrats joining the Republicans, interestingly. No Republicans voted against the bill. The Biden administration in June dropped the requirement that people arriving in the U.S. by air must test negative for COVID, but has not lifted Centers for Disease Control CDC's vaccination requirements for most foreign visitors. But the House of Representatives said, you know what? Out. It's done. Nice story. Let's move on with our lives. Speaking of moving on with our lives, here in Nairobi, the Ministry of Health is talking about vaccination efforts in Kenya, and they have ramped up this drive, trying to get as many people who have not been vaccinated against COVID-19 to do so. There has been quite some support in terms of funding for COVID-19, and there were officials from the Africa CDC and MasterCard Foundation, led by Dr. Raji Tajuddin. They paid a visit yesterday to the PS Medical Services, talking about ramping up vaccines. They had been in Kajiado and Kitui. We saw the numbers of vaccinations that were done there, and they've said they've noted positive progress, including good coordination and strong ownership of the immunization services by the Ministry of Health, which is crucial for achieving universal health coverage. So their focus was COVID vaccinations. They've seen that generally the immunization program that the Ministry of Health has is good.
Okay. It is 17 minutes after 6. We are live streaming. The live stream is up. Edna has done the thing. It's all switched on. Facebook, YouTube, radio, Kila Mahali. We're live. And if you go online, you'll actually be able to see the photo of Edna. We've posted it. Hey, yes. Ndio huyo Edna mwenyewe. Edna mwenyewe. Say hello to our producer, Edna. And you can, while doing that, you can also maybe say hi to us. Yeah, it's Eric and Ndu. City is away. He's enjoying himself. Hopefully he'll be back next week. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of one. In a give, Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes, and that bling. Sama kuwa mocha.
Toast to luxury.
In a give, single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Haven't any fun yet?
Woo! In a give kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of one from only 300 shillings for limited time. In a give Showmax. Sign up at showmax.com.
This Friday morning, we're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16, highs of 29 and lows of 16. It's partly cloudy at 13 in Nakuru. It'll go to highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy. Nyeri at 14, 11 and mostly clear in Eldoret, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 33 in Mombasa, where it's cloudy at 25. It's cloudy at 26 in Malindi, highs of 31 and 19, and partly cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 31. 33 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 15, and we're looking at cloudy conditions at 20 in Kampala, going to highs of 28 and lows of 18. 32 will be the high in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 27, and it's 16 and cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 20 and lows of 14. Partly cloudy at 27 in Lagos with highs of 34 and highs of 33 in Kinshasa, where it's clear at 24. It's 0 degrees and sunny in Beijing afternoon Friday, highs of 7 and lows of -5. Cloudy at 3 in Paris, going to highs of 9, and 8 will be the high in a cloudy London at 3. 10 degrees and cloudy Thursday night in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 11 and lows of 9.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Is awake and online?
Well, Simon Odhiambo is awake this morning and he's talking about how Nancy Macharia amewashinda kuleta kwa studio.
Yeah.
You know what you can do? If you know where she is, tell her to come and see if she'll hear your call, Simon. So good morning to you.
Simon, what question would you like us to ask Nancy Macharia whenever we find her? Because there's something clearly that you'd like her to respond to.
So we'll wait for that. Evans Nyang says, good morning, Eric and the pretty Edna. Umesikia yo? The pretty Edna.
Kabisa.
Good morning to you. Always a noble job as always. Good morning, guys. Kibera Darajine is tuned in this morning and Faristo Muganda is in this morning. Good morning, Ndu and Eric. I'm on my hot seat following online in Machakos. That's Jojo Mugele. Okay, Don Sabwa, I don't know when you woke up, but all right. SpiceFM, what happened in Turkey? It's disastrous. It is. Now Kakamega gold mine death, unfortunately. Skyrocketing cost of living, famine, drought, insecurity. UDA government prayers, taxation, attacks. What a deviation. Any hope? Ooh-wee. Okay. Okay, so I know, I understand. Zachary says good morning to his favorite show this morning. Karibu sana to you and welcome.
Tumepata mgeni.
Nimekuja nimewatembelea.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm fine.
How are you doing?
I'm fine actually. How is?
Naburahi sana kuona Eric Creative. The man who believes in fighting from your path. I'm a piro.
Muse. Namna gani?
Nimekuwatembelea nimwambia wako get. Leo ni watch security services. Nikuja hapa tufanye na nyinyi show kwa sababu chairman is not there. Nikasema watch nikuche. Sasa niko na nyinyi leo.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Fine.
Yes, hata mimi niko vizuri.
What is?
Umetoka Karen?
No, nimetoka Rogwa Karen.
Umetoka Karen?
Yes, pale chini Olympic. Yes, naishi hapo ndani. Nikasema wacha ni kuwatembelee. Hii ni sugar cane, ni migwa. Because this is the month of love. Everything has to be sweet. Yes. Nimekuja hapa na migwa. Ndio rapta niweze kukusurprise. Nimekuja na kisi special. This is called guacamole. This one. Hii unaweza paka mkate ndu, hii ni yako.
Thank you.
Na pia nimekuja na of course uwezi kose kisi, hauwezi kosa kucha na ndisi. So nimekuja na ndisi. Of course, unajua watu wanasemanga kwa kisi this we are many people. We are not many people. At sasa hii ni Eric Creative.
Gani?
Hii ni sweet potato.
Bas.
Sasa I want you to be strong. Unachemusi inakunywa nayo na chai, alafu unasikia vizuri. Hata hii sasa nimekuja tena ya nandu. Siwezi kukuachilia.
Oh, thank you.
Hata sweet potato pia.
Yes. Sweet potato ni Eric Creative, ini yako pia, ini yako. Yani lazima uchipange.
Kila mtu uchipange.
Kila mtu uchipange. Habari zenyu hata wise.
Sorry sana.
Nimefurahi sasa kuwaona.
Nimefurahi kukuona.
These are others from 30th floor. Simetoka huko juu. 4th floor.
4th.
Yes, 4th floor. Simambe nikuche sasa nisikirie na mimi ndio nawapatia proverb ya siku ya leo.
Oh bas.
Yes.
Wewe ndio uko na proverb.
Mimi ndio nimebeba proverb.
Yes. Nimebeba proverb. Okay.
Mimi ndio nimebeba ama tutakula studio.
Usivunje bila kwa studio.
Pole.
Mimi nilikuwa nafikiri hiyo ni walking stick.
No, hii ni migwa. Hii ni migwa hii.
Rungu ya askari.
This is special. Hii ndio inatusaidia sisi kutoka kwa Kisii, inatusaidia tu tuweze kupata nguvu. Otherwise
MC Jaffe. How you doing?
I'm good, bro.
Good to see you.
Good to see.
I can see. Actually, it's very good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you this morning.
I can see that you've woken up with, everything spice.
Proper.
This is spiced up. It is spiced up. Actually, it's going to be a heavy day.
Okay.
And a busy one. So everything is spiced.
Everything is all ready.
Yes. Yes.
MC Jaffe is a host on our sister station, Berur.
Yes.
Have you said that? The tagline for
Berur FM.
The tagline for
Kaberure Tapka.
What?
Kaberure Tapka.
Kaberure Tapka.
You say that, Ndu.
Tapka.
Beg now. You say
what?
Kaberure Tapka.
Kaberure Tapka.
Yes.
Tapka.
Yes. So it's a blessing. It's called blessing. It's home's blessing.
Oh, okay.
Home's blessing.
Like we are blessing home. Kaberure Tapka. So it's a blessing.
Kaberure Tapka.
So Berur actually, the name itself, Berur is blessing. So now I want to bless the whole.
So Berur is blessing.
Yes, Berur is
Berur Tapka is
the tagline.
Blessing the home.
The home. That is it. Yes.
What dialect of Kalenjin is it?
It's
It's common in all.
It's common in all, actually.
Okay.
Yes, it's
so
it's common in
Kipsigis,
all.
Nandi.
Kipsigis, Nandi, Tugen, Aror, name them, all the sub-tribes.
Zote.
Yes, zote.
Alafu sasa ukakuja na uniform.
Yes, kwa sababu
ya soja.
Ya soja. Yes. Kwa sababu mimi ndo TPSO.
What is that?
Utawacha kuita watu masocha. Ni TPSO, it means Theft Prevention and Surveillance Officer. So mimi ndo nasimamia Nairobi Richo.
What?
TPSO.
DPSO. T.
Yes, TPSO.
T for theft.
Yes. So Theft Prevention and Surveillance Officer, TPSO, Nairobi Richo.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mulikuwa wapi bwana? Watu wakienda kare.
Bana.
No, what happened actually? In fact, my Tiangi called me. Akaniambia, where? TPSO, where are you? Sasa nilikuwa nikamwambia, you see, what you need to do is just you just to dial the security number. Nikamwambia, ndugu yangu, I want to protect you. So he's calling me the last minute. Ananiambia nimeziu kuna watu wamekuja kwangu. Sikusichwa isikia mwanaume anatetemeka namna hiyo. I was so shocked. Because you are one person, you are in security, unatetemeka namna gani? Ungetuita tukuje tusimame kwa gate. Tuweze kukuprotect. Sasa no, so when he called me it was so late. Nikasanya vichana tukaenda pale, lakini sasa tukapata watu kwa hata kumbe sijui kama ilikuwa sicheregwa, lakini we are still finding out.
Tunafanya surveillance.
Tulifanya surveillance. Tukaangalia ni kama watu walikuwa wanasema it was a false alarm. Hizo ndio vitu naona social media. I cannot confirm. So but we are still waiting to not report.
You are also doing surveillance?
Yeah, yes. Hata sisi tumesimama na kamiti ya kuangalia security we are still comping the CCTVs tuone. Then tutakuwapatia conclusive report kama watu wa security officers.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you need to give him security. Clear.
Hata atumgwachi saa hii. Tumemwambia sisi na hapa hatukuachiri. Yes, so we are standing with him and tutakuwapatia conclusive report.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for the goodies that you've brought.
Karibuni sana. Mtaniguachilia niende na wakunywe chai alafu tena ulichoni leta.
Lakini tuambie proverb.
Proverb ya siku ya leo inatoka from Igbo community Nigeria. Kwa Kinandu. Nigerian by part. Kenyan by choice. The character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it.
The character is like pregnancy.
Yes. You cannot hide it.
You cannot hide it.
Cannot hide it.
Yani, someone's character is actually is depicted on how he acts, what he does. In as much as you're hiding what you're doing, at some point it is going to come out.
It will be there.
You know, people hiding here and there. But after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize. So that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
No wonder you're behaving like that.
Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it.
Cannot hide it.
Of course, at the end of the day, you cannot hide it.
And say this is an Igbo proverb.
It's an Igbo proverb from Nigeria.
Well done.
You know Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt, I know Port Harcourt.
You know Port Harcourt?
I know Port Harcourt.
You know NRA Junction? You know Junction?
Junction, Abi?
Yes.
Where they sell bole and fish.
I beg. That one. You know it, eh?
I know it.
Me, I love fufu for that place.
They sweet well, Abi.
Wow, Abi. I beg. You can allow me to go now, eat some sweet potatoes and I go come back later.
No, Allah.
Thanks for popping in, man.
Thank you, my brother. I will see you.
Yes, we will see you.
We will see you.
When I cannot avoid you.
Don't finish the potato, I beg.
I will not. This take away for you.
Okay.
Take away.
Carry for home.
No, Allah.
MC Jaffe, thank you for popping in.
Thank you, my brother. See you later.
We will see you. It's Friday. Now you believe me?
I believe you, it is Friday.
I told you it's Friday. My friend. I told you it's Friday.
It's Friday.
But let's look at the newspaper headlines, shall we?
Let's look at the headlines. On the front page of the Standard today, the Matiang'i siege. Where lies the truth? Will the character of pregnancy pop? Traitors, Raila on the warpath with rebels. That is there as well. There is that subhead there of Chitembwe, how not to be a judge. All right. On the front page of The Nation, who is fooling whom? What exactly is going on? Smoke screens, mirrors all over the place. What is the true picture of what happened 2 nights ago? Higher NSF rates take force this month. This month being
So, and
February.
mshahara hii mwezi. Okay.
Jua tu, yo 200 imekuwa
Inapanda.
2,000. Okay? I have to agree with Don Sabwa. He woke up in a bit of a, panic. But it's true. According to the headlines, all these things seem to be, going crazy. How many messages did we see just yesterday? Yesterday alone, between morning and evening, and this is stuff of the headlines today, of children who qualify to go to high school, just don't have the school fees to do so.
Yeah.
Their parents cannot. Many video messages, many text messages, people raising money so that the first year of high school can be taken care of. Dry spell undoing short rain gains, according to the team. The National Steering Committee on Drought Response said yesterday that last year's short rains had an insignificant impact on the ongoing drought in the country, except in 2 arid and semi-arid lands. The outlook does not look good at all. The drought continues to ravage Kenya, and Raila rallies to take on high food prices. His rallies will take on high food prices. They will start to agitate about high food prices in the next rallies.
First one being today in Machakos.
Yes.
All right. I have the Nairobian in front of me. The headline, I want my wealth back.
Who's that?
This is Olympic champion Vivian Cheruiyot. You know her. She's called the Pocket Rocket.
Yes, she is.
Apparently, it's not all rocky it's all rocky in her marriage. And she's accusing her husband of spending money from her business on younger girls.
Spend it on something else.
She's like, partner, I don't want that. So, gotta tell you that story.
Okay.
Yep. Let's take a break though. At 28 minutes to 7, now we want to see what's happening on the road. You said it's already looking busy outbound.
Yes.
Outbound of where?
Outbound of Nairobi, westerly.
Where is westerly?
Okay,
going to Western.
Zuko, Limuru.
That way.
That way. Naivasha.
People are heading out like that.
West.
Kwani kuna nini huko?
Sijui. It's
Okay.
the weekend. Watu wanaendanga nyumbani.
Kwani
Kwanza
hao
akina
tu-
Jaffe, they don't miss. Every Friday. they're on
Every
the
Friday
road.
out. Okay, let's look at that.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so how has that changed in the last half hour or so? It's busy on Jogo Road and excuse me, coming out of Westlands. Also, we are seeing some in and outbound traffic. James Gishuru, not so busy at this point, but we're likely to see that pick up. Coming on Kiambu Road, again, not so much right now, but it's then heavy just past the drift coming into the city. On Jogo Road, yes, we talked about that. Southern Bypass looks pretty good. And Langata Road also for now is not causing any problems. All right, on the Eastern Bypass, this is coming off North Airport Road, connecting with Outer Ring and then going out further towards the Eastern Bypass. Look at it there at that junction going towards the GSU Training School. There's some traffic there. Always that junction causes it. We'll keep an eye on that and see what happens later. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's talk there so we can keep things moving.
spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
25 minutes to 7. So, in a give. Nini.
Showmax in a give. This month, there's something that you can give as it gives to you. 300 shillings is what it will cost you to get a month of the Showmax service, whether it's series, movies, documentaries, news, sporting events, etc., etc. But guess what? You spend 300 shillings for 1 month, Ina could give another month for the same price. So February, March, for 300 shillings, it doesn't get better than that.
Doesn't get any better. www.showmax.com. Go in there and subscribe. Pick a story.
Okay, let's look at this. Anyway, we're going to talk about it at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
But all right. Who's fooling whom? Excuse me, got a bug in my throat.
Ole.
Former Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, who yesterday obtained anticipatory bail. If you don't know what that is, that means you go in anticipation that you might be arrested. And so, for whatever your reasons are, if the court deems
the court says don't arrest him.
Yeah, the court says essentially don't arrest him. So he put down 200,000 shillings yesterday. Court agreed, said all right, go ahead, whatever the reason is. At that point, they're not going to do any investigation and ask you, what. No. You're going to ask for anticipatory bail. In most cases, the court will grant it to you. He maintains that the police raided his Karen home on Wednesday night. The government and security agencies have distanced themselves from any such operation, but DCI admits ongoing investigations. Follow me so far?
Yeah.
Was it a police cock-up? Was it stage managed? Who was behind it? And for what reasons? So, several people said different things. He himself, and I quote, "I was informed the scheme to have me arrested was formulated on January 30th in Mombasa. On the afternoon of February 9th, my family home in Karen was raided, surrounded and cordoned off by police officers. The officers only retreated after the media and my advocates arrived." DPP Nurdin Haji said, "I have looked at his application in court and he has alleged that me and the president met in Mombasa, where we had the African Prosecutors Conference to plan against him. That in itself is perjury, and I will take him to task. Let him table evidence that we did that." Interior CS Kithure Kindiki said, "Dr. Matiang'i's lawyers and some politicians have alleged that persons were police officers." Let me start again. Sorry, it just sounds a bit messy. Dr. Matiang'i's lawyers and some politicians have alleged that the said persons were police officers sent to arrest the former CS. This allegation is utterly false. No police officers or any other security agent from any government institution was dispatched to the home of Dr. Matiang'i. That is CS Kindiki. Azimio leader Raila Odinga says, "Police have surrounded the home of Matiang'i. We are now witnessing the return of midnight arrests without charges. If Matiang'i has committed any crime, he should be informed about it before arrest and taken to court. Arresting a senior citizen at this hour is wrong." So, said Wednesday night, there was all of this. Thursday morning, the questions came out. Well, it wasn't us. DCI is saying it wasn't us. EACC says it wasn't us. Ministry of Interior says we didn't send anybody. So the question then is, so who was there? These people are said to have taken off when the media arrived and when the lawyers arrived, and then they were not seen thereafter. DPP has his knickers in a twist because he says, "You know what? How dare you say that I tried something like this? I'm not going to let you go on that one." So there's a lot of who said, who did not do, who is involved. Was there a plan to arrest him over certain issues and he circumvented this early? Was there actually something afoot that nobody really knew about? He said, "I'm living under a cloud of uncertainty as to my liberty owing to the threat of my arrest by the respondents, and I am apprehensive that my constitutional rights are being violated." So there was a respondent in this case, the security officers. Justice Kanye Kimondo granted Dr. Matiang'i a 200 shillings bail by way of a personal bond and certified the case as urgent. The judge also said that the police, DPP, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption were at liberty to investigate any criminal conduct by Dr. Matiang'i. However, they will not arrest or detain him in view of his anticipatory bail. Okay. Now, throughout his tenure as CS, the government was accused of abusing police powers to arrest and harass politicians opposed to the then administration. Dr. Matiang'i lamented the current government is misusing police to harass and intimidate him and other former CSs. So the thing is, it's unfortunate right now that we have this situation where we just don't know what on earth is going on.
That's the thing.
Because we do not know. We do not know what is going on.
What's
People
happening?
were at your house. Somebody said that it was not them.
Yeah.
Cordoned off. He said it was cordoned off. And then suddenly when the media arrived,
they disappeared.
Gafla Vin
Binvu.
that one.
Yeah.
Out. So one must ask. And then the next morning, everybody in concert, security agencies, 1, 2, 3, DPP joins in and says, well, it wasn't us.
Aye.
He's been accused then of making up this story to make it seem as though the government is in bad light. I mean, there are so many things flying around right now. It just, you can't even land this plane.
You don't know.
No.
You basically just don't know what's going on. You know, that's the thing. Anyway, it'll unfold. Like City says, what you're seeing may not necessarily be what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Even if it's hitting you in the face.
Yeah, it may not necessarily be that what you're looking at is what you are seeing. Yeah?
What?
I'm going to tell you 2 stories.
Okay.
They are different stories, separate stories, but they could be related. Well, no, they're not related, but they
Okay.
have a link.
We'll draw parallels.
The High Court in Eldoret has granted Ibrahim Rotich, the key suspect in the murder of athlete Agnes Tirop, a last chance to pursue a plea bargain after a previous attempt to do so failed. Justice Ruben Nyakundi says the defense, as well as the prosecution and the family's advocates, have not agreed on the plea bargain request made by Rotich's lawyer in June last year. He has told Rotich's advocates to explore the plea bargain route one last time before the court would settle on whether to grant its request or proceed with the hearing of the case. The prosecution, led by Mark Magoon and David Feather, told the court that they want to maintain murder charges against the suspect. They do not want anything about plea bargain. The prosecutors say the defense is reading from different scripts, as the public would only bargain on the sentence of the accused, whereas the defense wants the murder charges reduced to manslaughter. So that's where they are not seeing eye to eye. He, Rotich, wants that murder charge reduced to manslaughter. The prosecution is saying, no, what we're going to do is we are going to reach a plea bargain on the sentence, the punishment for murder.
Did he kill her?
He wants them to agree that let's enter a plea bargain for manslaughter and sort this thing out.
So he's not necessarily admitting that he killed her.
Not yet.
But here he is negotiating on what the punishment ought to, or rather on what the charge ought to be. Doesn't that seem a bit odd?
I don't know why. How?
I'm not admitting that I killed her, but in case
it's a plea bargain.
Yes,
basically saying, you know
that,
what?
I'm the suspect here, right? And I see myself, maybe I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, right? So in the event that clearly I'm the only one and the target is on my back, can we look at a lesser charge? So that whatever the case may be, even I then say, okay, I'm the one, then at least now my suffering will not be so terrible.
Yeah, so the plea bargain here is that, and the Tirop's family, her family says, no, reduce that thing to manslaughter, no.
Our daughter was murdered.
Let it stay as murder. Now, the prosecution is saying we are only interested in bargaining the sentence. Okay? What punishment for murder? But it goes like, okay, we agreed that there was murder. Because that plea bargain is, you're saying you're admitting something when they sign.
Yes.
You say you have admitted you
did one,
you
two,
are
three.
involved in this, and that's why now the punishment is shifting. This one's going to take a while. The court has heard for the first time that Rotich and Tirop had been married under the statute on March 15th, 2016. At the time of marriage, Tirop was 20, Rotich was 37.
Wow. 17 years different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Higher. Put that aside. Let me tell you this story that's covered on page 7 of the Nairobian this week, okay? Vivian Cheruiyot. The world knows her as Vivian Cheruiyot. She is a 4-time world champion. Okay? She is married to Moses Kiplagat. During the World Cross-Country Tour showpiece in Lobo Village on February 4th, there was some dramatic showdown between Cheruiyot and his wife. I mean, Cheruiyot is the wife. Moses Kiplagat, her husband, and another man, a former celebrated athlete called Abraham Chelanga.
Okay.
So you see there are 2 men now. Abraham Chelanga is a former athlete. He's a friend of Moses Kiplagat's.
Who is
and
Cheruiyot's
Moses
husband?
is Vivian Cheruiyot's husband.
Yes.
Okay. Cheruiyot, who was named Pocket Rocket for the first running and diminutive stature, was on the start list, but she decided, you know what, no, I'm not going to run this. I'm going to sit down with my husband, we watch and enjoy. So in the middle of all that, now people are just cheering and watching, blah, blah, blah. Abraham Chelanga approaches them. He comes to say hi to them. And immediately he gets in. Cheruiyot and Abraham start quarreling. She is quarreling him.
Amongst them.
There's an audio recording where Vivian is heard arguing with Chelanga, Abraham. Abraham Chelanga reported the matter at Langas police station the same day that Cheruiyot, who's a chief inspector of police attached to the DCI, had threatened to shoot him. Both Cheruiyot and Chelanga were summoned to the Kapsaret Sub-County DCI office to record statements on Tuesday. And there was more trading of bitter words in the police station between Cheruiyot and her husband on the one hand, and she and Chelanga on the other. The former Olympic champion accuses Chelanga of rocking her marriage by leading her husband astray. She claims Chelanga has been aiding her husband in sampling young, beautiful and petite women in Eldoret town and beyond. A behavior, she says, is shaking her marriage. She alleges that Chelanga and Kiplagat have for a long time been spending money from her businesses, most of them managed by her husband, on women. But Cheruiyot does not stop there. She also wants her children from her husband's first marriage with Caroline Kwambai out of their family home in Ilula, saying she no longer wanted to bear the burden of adults whose mother is still alive. So, unasikia? Moses Kiplagat, Vivian Cheruiyot's husband, had another marriage prior.
Yes.
And they're old children. One has cleared college, the other one is about to get into university.
Okay.
And their mother is Caroline Kwambai. She is also an athlete who, incidentally, was in this race on this day in Lobo.
How about coincidence?
Yeah.
And Cheruiyot
she's an
happens
athlete.
to be a top cop, right?
Cheruiyot is a top cop, yes.
Okay.
This mother was there. She was not even involved in this kerfuffle at all.
Yeah.
She was there. She was participating in the race. She did the race, not involved at all. But Vivian has been taking care of the children. She says she's been paying school fees for them. And now because of all these things, in fact, sasa hata wacha hivyo. Hii watoto yako watoke kwa nyumba yangu kwende. They're adults now, they can live. Yes. She exploded after her husband accused her of arrogance. A look at their marriage shows that they have had troubled union in recent years, with Cheruiyot pointing an accusing finger on Chelanga for all the troubles in her paradise. Sometime in 2021, Abraham Chelanga reported Vivian at Ainabtich police station, claiming that Vivian had abused him as taga, rubbish. But he later withdrew the case. Went to police and said, I'm an taga. Then later he withdrew the case. But she insists that he should keep off their affairs. Chelanga is determined to ruin my marriage. Why would he follow him all over the place? Even after he saw Chelanga threatening to slap me at the Lobo village, he did nothing to protect me and later traveled together to the Kerio Valley for reasons I don't know. She's basically saying her husband and this man, there's something about them. This man is always with her husband and they're just doing things that are not right. However, Mr. Moses Kiplagat says, look, man, I am an elder now. I cannot do those things of fatigue. I go home very early in the evening. I sit down and take tea.
Sleep.
I go home, I sit, I take tea. Let me in fact actually give you the quote of what she said. It says, Vivian wants me to create enemies with my friend. Something I'm not ready to do. I will be forced to flee. No, if this hatred of hers continues, it means I'll be forced to flee whenever I see Chelanga, just for my own peace. I've been summoned by the DCI to record a statement in the Lobo altercation. To the best of my knowledge, I had nothing because there was a lot of noise. I didn't hear what they were talking about. Chelanga cannot help me seduce women. These days, I'm an elder. I come home early to enjoy tea. Okay?
TT.
TT. Okay. Abraham Chelanga, on the other hand, says, I withdrew the case where she called me Takataka in 2021 after the truce was made through the husband Moses. I am not ready to withdraw this particular case of Lobo where she was insulting me. This one I'm not withdrawing.
In front of people.
Hii tunapeleka mbele.
Alafu?
Kesi. Apeleka kotini. She threatened me. She said she's a cop. She's going to shoot me.
Within earshot of other people.
She said she's going to shoot me. I know she's a cop. Vivian says, yes, I am a cop, but I don't even have a gun. And even if I had a gun, I wouldn't shoot you. Okay? Just leave my husband alone.
Calm down.
Okay?
My problem is that you're hanging out with my husband and you're sending him astray.
The husband says, I know this man, this young man, because he bought land next to mine somewhere. And that's how we interact. So I know him, he's my friend, but if we don't do anything...
Vivian is not having it, sorry.
Yeah. And she is saying, I have been running, I've been making money. This man has been managing our wealth, right? And the man says, yes, we've bought several petrol stations, we've invested in real estate, we have land, we have done this and the other, and those things are working well. But she's saying, now the man is he's starting to take money, petrol station, chukua pesa, wasichana. Shamba tunauza avocado, wasichana. Because of Abraham.
So the fact the LCD here is Abraham.
Yes, Abraham.
To remove
the least common denominator. It is Abraham. Atoke kwa marriage. Yeah.
Yesterday there was fire everywhere. ODM parliamentary group meeting. What? Then Chalango
went.
Felix Odiwuor, who is the MP for Langata, went for his party meeting, as was his right to do. And at the door, there was some fracas. They said, no, sorry, you're not entering. After they let him in. Okay, then he went in. Then, when they saw the party leader walk in, they out. He's going out. Okay.
Yeah.
What is it? Outside now, he spoke and said, you know what, I don't understand what is going on. I've come here because nobody understands. I needed to explain my position. I am still an ODM diehard. I am still a member of the party. But the truth of the matter is that development is needed in my constituency. When he was here the day before, he said the same thing, that I went and I met the president, but we met on issues development. That does not remove my political affiliation to ODM. Well, Nairobi Senator, who is also the Secretary General of the ODM party, then wrote a letter, having received a letter that came from other members of the party asking for the expulsion of those MPs who went, including Senator Tom Ojienda, who went to meet the president. They said they cannot have this kind of, what did they call it? They used one very long word, I can't remember. Anyway, it suffices to say that the actions do not fly in the face, or rather do not fly in the face of the entire legal framework governing political parties' membership, but have also caused immense embarrassment, ridicule, anxiety, and disgust amongst the members of the Orange Democratic Movement Party and its party leader at large. The Nyanza legislators who met the president and his deputy were among them Gideon Ochando for Bondo, Elisha Odhiambo Gem, Mark Nyamita Uriri, Caroli Omondi, Suba South, Shakil Shabir, Kisumu East, Felix Odiwuor, Elias Jalango Langata, Paul Abur Rongo, and Kisumu Senator Professor Tom Ojienda. According to Migori Senator Eddie Okech, the aforementioned party members have shown close association with a different political party. And on such grounds, we are asking for the expulsion. And in acknowledging the petition, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna said the internal process of looking into the conduct of the MPs has been initiated by various party organs. So they want to kick him out. And then Raila Odinga, when he was speaking as leader of the party, said,
Bas.
Anybody who went to see the president should resign from the party.
Bas.
So if you are confused as
Traitors.
if you are confused as per what they meant, is there something? No. If your leg crossed the green lawns of State House and you sat in the meeting with His Excellency the President and Deputy President, resign from this party. We are not doing again.
Kwenda.
No, please.
But he had a rider there, like a slightly inserted rider. If you went to meet the president in your own personal capacity, okay. But if you went to meet the president representing the party and you had not sought the approval of the party.
So, but now what is it? Does he want people to come and apologize and say, okay, actually, sorry, you know what we did? We're not leaving the party. We're not, because they've said it many times. They're not leaving the party.
You can't be saying you're not leaving the party and you're okay there.
At the end of the day, the jurisdiction over which you have been given authority for representation, legislation, and oversight is your whatever, which is, whether you like it or not, it is linked to the executive. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you do perform in parliament.
It's okay now. So what they're saying essentially is that even as you were called to go to State House, you should have picked the phone and said, see,
I have been called to go to State House.
Let me go so that I can organize things for my constituency.
Sometimes also, that who is it who was saying? Yeah, it's Gonjiri Wambugu was telling us. Political parties tend to bind you. And a political party is actually not even working within the structures of the party. It is the leader of the party who is the owner of the party. So if the owner of the party does not feel like you should go and see someone, the owner of the party can basically tell you, don't go and see someone.
But let me ask
But you've been elected by people to represent
Thank you very
them.
Much. Now let me ask you a question. Your party nominates you, isn't it?
Yes.
Your party nominates
Gave you the ticket.
Thank you. To run, to go to the people and say, elect me.
Yes.
What is the purpose of that? Is it not so that you will then go into the throes of development for that particular area?
Yeah.
So you have work to do there. It's not that you can go and be a flower girl for the party in your constituency, Abby. You actually have work to do. So the question is, at every turn, I'm just asking you innocently, at every turn, must you seek permission and authority saying, today in Langata we are going here, can we go? We have projects that are going on and it's actually linked to county funds that is one way or another linked to the executive. They've called us, can we go? I'm just asking, is that the way it's supposed to be?
Well,
I'm just asking.
Well,
some have even said if these 9 were to apologize, then everything will be okay. Yeah.
Just apologize.
And then in the future, don't do it again.
Anyway, in a minute, the American Embassy in Kenya has issued a terror alert warning of possible attacks in Nairobi. In a statement published on its website yesterday, the American government, through its Nairobi embassy, said possible attacks could target areas where there is high foot traffic, such as malls and markets, restaurants, schools, police stations, places of worship, hotels, embassies, and other places frequented by foreigners and tourists. These locations, the embassy said, continue to be attractive targets to terrorists, and they're asking their citizens to be vigilant. This one was also now copy-pasted by the British High Commission as well, who also said, we urge British nationals who are in Kenya to also be on high alert.
What fueled this? Did something happen? Was there intelligence?
That's what they say.
There's intelligence.
That they have some intelligence, blah, blah, blah. Remember the same thing had happened in Tanzania some 2 weeks ago. That thing that forced KLM
to do the thing that
to issue
did.
their... Yeah. You know, sometimes you look at this and you're like, okay, so it's one thing to sound alarmist. It's the other thing to also caution people. Where do you draw the line?
I don't know, man.
Where do you draw the line? Anyway, stay here. Don't go anywhere. Keep it right here. In the next hour, we're talking about the circles or the arbitration in the next hour. Which one comes first? Arbitration comes first.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
That's what comes first.
Yes.
In the next hour, we talk about why Nairobi is an attractive center for international arbitration. We'll be joined by somebody who's a chartered arbitrator.
Yes.
A very good morning to you. It is 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The DCI now says it is investigating and will take action against all those who misled Kenyans with the false information about former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i's apparent intention to be arrested. DCI boss Mohammed Amin said the initial investigation indicated that there was a conspiracy to incite the public against the security agencies.
Dr. Matiang'i informed his guards, some already interviewed by the DCI, that he was expecting guests who were lawyers and instructed them to grant access to his home upon their arrival. The lawyers arrived shortly after and proceeded to a meeting inside the house of Dr. Fred Matiang'i. They were later joined afterwards by politicians led by none other than the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. After another few minutes, the lawyers drove off in 3 vehicles, leaving 3 other cars in the compound. And as they left, they informed the guards that they were going to address the press.
Amin said that the staff who were at the former CS's home have already recorded their statements with further investigations continue. Meanwhile, Interior CS Kithure Kindiki and Inspector General of Police Japhet Koome denied that security officers raided Matiang'i's residence. Kenya Kwanza leaders have also labelled the allegations as pure propaganda meant to incite Kenyans. Kimani Ichung'wah is the National Assembly Majority Leader.
Profesa Kindiki amesema hakuna afisa hata mmoja wa kitengo chochote cha polisi alikuwa kwa nyumba ya Matiang'i. Yale yalikuwa ni mambo yaliyolengwa kuwachochea Wakenya, na tukamwambia aliyekuwa waziri Matiang'i, usiogope, ni yale wazungu wanasema wale walio na tuhuma za mambo maovu waliowafanya huwa wanaogopa, lakini ukijua uko na hatia, wacha kuogopa. Kama kitengo chochote cha usalama ama wanasheria kitakuhitaji, sheria itafuatwa na utafuatiliwa kulingana na sheria. Kwa hivyo wasiogope.
And Azimio One Kenya Coalition Co-Principal Kalonzo Musyoka has urged the party to pardon members who held a meeting with President William Ruto at State House, Nairobi. Speaking during an Azimio Coalition parliamentary group led by Raila Odinga at Manzoni Lodge in Machakos, Musyoka indicated that members who were trying to shift political allegiances after winning their seats have everything to lose should elections be held today. Kalonzo cited the case of Lang'ata MP Felix Odiwuor, popularly known as Jalango, who was met with hostility after showing up at the Manzoni meeting, yet he was among the 9 MPs condemned for going to State House.
Please do not blame your constituents when, after 4 years or thereabouts, they throw you out. Do you think these people who went to State House the other day, if there's an election to be called, would they really? Poor Jalango. In fact, I was looking for him. I'm still going to look for Jalango because he was here. We must also exercise tolerance. When somebody wants to say sorry, don't throw them out. I see that is a point of departure. But imagine the state of mind poor Jalango is in. Time is extremely of the essence. What you decide to do out of Manzoni today and tomorrow may shape your future positive progression in elective politics. And don't say you are nominated, because even then you may want to run.
And Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Party leader Raila Odinga has called for the resignation of 9 MPs affiliated to the coalition who met President William Ruto at State House. The 9 are Kisumu Senator Tom Ojienda, MPs Felix Odiwuor, Mark Nyamita, Carolia Mondi, Gideon Ochanda, Elisha Odhiambo, Paul Abur and Walter Owino. While labeling the leaders as traitors, Odinga in a statement stated that the lawmakers lied when they stated that they only attended the meeting to follow up on developmental pledges.
These members who have defected from Azimio coalition need to resign their positions and go. Under our current constitutional dispensation, the resources are being actually allocated by Parliament. The executive comes with a budget proposal to Parliament. Parliament looks at the proposals and then agrees on how to allocate resources. So the days when members of Parliament used to go and see mtukufu Rais Nyayo, ati ulituahidia sisi utaleta mradi ya maji hapa, kwenda piga magoti chini kwa rais alete maendeleo, imekwisha. That era is gone. You don't need, if you want to go and see Mr. President as a person of merit in State House, go. But if you want to go and talk about issues that affect the party, then you must give him permission by the party before you go to see the president. What you see, these people must be seen for what they are, traitors in the cause of a revolution.
This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Looking at Ngong Road, in and outbound traffic is really busy. And also looking at Jogo Road, we're heading out towards Landis. Haile Selassie is not looking too bad. Just at that touch-up then between Ngong Road and Haile Selassie is where you'll see some traffic. It's all right on Mombasa Road, even past the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. You should be okay getting into the city. Where it is absolutely crazy is the Thika Superhighway. It's bumper to bumper all the way in through towards Muranga Road as you get to the Globe Cinema overpass. James Gishoro, very busy in and outbound. And we're also looking at it heavy coming off of Kiambu Road. And in certain parts of Gigiri, we've got some outbound traffic on Wayaki Way. That looks like it's going to continue for some time. A few minutes after 7 o'clock, that's what it looks like. Tell us what's going on where you are, just in case, we'll help. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
It's
The
7
only
minutes
way
after
to
7. Good
start
morning,
your
and
day.
how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Friday. If you're just joining us on Spice FM, on KTN, or online on YouTube and Facebook, Karibu Sana. It is Eric and Ndu today. CT is away. We have a guest in the studio. We'll be introducing him shortly. But first of all, have you signed up for Showmax, the best entertainment that you can get anywhere this side, north of the Limpopo, south of the Sahara?
Okay. 300 shillings
Hmm.
for you to be able to get onto Showmax and in a give, because 300 shillings gets you a month, but then also like that, another month in 2 months, 300 shillings. All the fantastic content from movies to series to documentaries to sports, your Arsenal people, all those things. 300 bob. 300 bob.
From as
Another
low as
month.
300 shillings, you get a month free, courtesy of us. When Wambia, it is because of the Situation Room. If they don't give you an extra month free, call us. We will remind them. Dr. Wilfred Mutubwa is the Chartered Arbitrator and Chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators of Kenya branch. And he's here because we want to talk about promoting Nairobi as a preferred seat for international arbitration. We want to welcome him in the studio the way we welcome our guests with the day's Proverbs. We've been doing Proverbs for Malawi the last 4 days. Today, we switch it up a little bit because we had a guest earlier from Igbo, Nigeria.
Half Kisi, half Igbo.
Half Kisi, half Igbo. So it's an Igbo proverb. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. Dr. Mutubo, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Karibu sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Nashukuru sana.
That proverb, Do you see where they're coming from? The Igbo people. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it.
Absolutely, absolutely. In the profession which we practice, arbitration, integrity, character, consistency, competence is important. And we often remind people we train and the people we set out to resolve disputes out there that at the end of the day, it is your character, your integrity, your personal competence that stands out.
Yeah.
So with time, even if you are able to hide some of that inability, it comes out. So the proverb is actually very apt for this discussion.
Very good.
Yes.
We have had conversations about arbitration several times before, and looking at various ways in which disputes are resolved, and arbitration is one of them. But we have not held a conversation about the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya chapter.
Yes.
We've talked about the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Are those two, competing units? Do they work complementarily? What's the difference?
Thank you very much. Eric, I like reminding people that the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators is a global body. This is the leader in dispute resolution, alternative dispute resolution, and arbitration, particularly arbitration, mediation, and construction adjudication. The Nairobi Center for International Arbitration is our baby. We are 40 years in this country. The Chartered Institute is 105 years old. Established in the UK, in over now 100 countries, 17,000 members strong. So we have the Kenya branch, which I am privileged to lead as chairman. We set up the Nairobi International Arbitration Center about, this is going to now 10 years, to 2013, by an act of parliament. So it's a local organization set up by statute.
Okay.
We supplied the first set of arbitrators to them. We train arbitrators for them. They accredit arbitrators whom we have trained. We are the leaders in training. I am one of the members of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. And we are related. We are not competitors. We synergize our efforts. In this space, we do not see ourselves as competitors. We are actually partners. We run very many activities together because our goals, our objectives, our target market is the same. So when you look at what we do the same thing. We promote dispute resolution away from court. We train arbitrators, mediators, and adjudicators, and therefore our roles are really complementary, more than they are actually competitive. So we are not competitors, we are partners, we are people who operate in the same space.
Does the Institute also license arbitrators in this country?
The Institute does three things. The first thing it does is to train the arbitrator. Eric, if you want to become an arbitrator, you join us. We offer you courses right from the elementary stage to the very highest stage. Then we accredit you or register you or license you to practice arbitration globally. You don't just practice domestically. Then number 3, we promote ADR and its practices in various ways. We have conferences, we have discussions like these, we prepare materials, we also engage government and non-government actors, private sector, commercial actors, so that we promote the practice of alternative dispute resolution, particularly the resolution of disputes through private processes such as arbitration.
Right.
So yes, that is our mandate.
Those who serve or those who practice as arbitrators,
Yes.
Are they full-time arbitrators or do they find themselves doing other things?
As I have said, we are now 40 years in this country. We have 1,200 members. We began by many people practicing arbitration as a secondary profession. I'm also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I am also a law lecturer. So many people have other professions. But increasingly we are beginning to see that the market is growing large enough to accommodate people who have full-time arbitration practices. So we have people who are now full-time arbitrators, full-time mediators. We now have the court and next mediation process, as you may know. And we have accredited, and I serve on the task force appointed by the Chief Justice to roll out this process across the country. What we have noticed is that there is now a new profession of alternative dispute resolution practitioners, full-time practitioners who are able to sustain their livelihoods by practicing arbitration and mediation. So yes, it is something that the market is now accepting. Yes.
What would you say the load is like? Manageable, or are there cases that come in on a regular that would then say the centers are, they're busy?
Okay. I will give you some comparatives, because that is how you can be able to see the perspective. One of the oldest institutions managing arbitrations or administering arbitrations in the world is the London Court of International Arbitration. I am a member. Administers about 400 disputes a year. Remember, this is right at the center of the commercial dispute resolution in the world, London. That is where it all happens in arbitration. They do 400 disputes a year. The Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya branch, not the entire global charity that is a Chartered Institute, the Kenya branch alone now appoints arbitrators in about 300 disputes every year. 300 disputes. And I forecast that in the next 5 years we'll be doing about 1,000 disputes. We are only 40 years
all
here.
local.
All domestic arbitrations.
Wow.
Now, it tells you how Kenyans have accepted, particularly people in the legal profession, the construction and commercial spaces. That is where we are really active. And yes, to answer your question, the load is growing. When I joined this institute about 13 years ago, the institute was making 20 appointments a year. Today we are making 300.
Wow.
In 13 years. Another 10 years, you'll be talking about 2,000.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Who is bringing these cases? What is the nature of cases that then come before the centers? Who has issues? I mean, obviously, seeing alternate, dispute resolution, that clearly, because otherwise the court already is mashed up. There's not, in terms of space for cases, backlog is crazy. So obviously it's an alternate form. We know that and widely accepted. But what is the nature of the cases? Who is coming before the centers to have their cases sorted out?
Now remember, arbitration is a creature of agreement, consent. People must agree to go away from court. We say you contract away from court. So you say you're going to resolve your disputes by way of a private process before a private judge, so to speak. So the people who come to us, our clients really are commercial people.
Okay.
I receive requests from many organizations. International commercial people do not trust domestic courts. That's just how it is across the globe. People interacting at an international level. You see, if you have a businessman, an investor who wants to come to Kenya or go to Rwanda, and he is from Israel or is from France, he understands French law or Israeli law. He is not quite comfortable dealing with domestic judges and courts. But he is very comfortable having an international arbitration center manager dispute in the event it arises. So most disputes arise out of commercial relationships. I have received requests from virtually every sector, the energy sector, media. I have received requests for appointing arbitrators from the Standard Group, other media houses. So every commercial transaction usually has an agreement, a contract, with an arbitration clause. Statistics will tell you that out of every 10 contracts, 8 have an arbitration clause. An arbitration agreement is there. In Kenya, out of every 10 conveyancing agreements, sale and purchase of land, property, 9 have an arbitration clause. And out of those 9, 7 will nominate or identify the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators as the appointing authority. So it is really a process of resolving disputes, particularly commercial disputes. Very popular with commercial disputes. Arbitration has been around for about 700 years. It grew out of the need to resolve cross-border disputes, particularly commercial disputes. So it's a really a method that is embraced by commercial people. Yes.
With mediation, where we see that, sure, you
Yes.
have court-appointed mediation, and then even after the process, the results of the process must still be lodged in court.
Yes.
There must be a mention and to say, okay, yes, we have or we have not, been
Settled.
through the process.
Yes.
Does the same thing happen with arbitration? Must you then still go to the court and say, this has been finished, or are you independent
All right.
in that manner?
There are two ways to see it. The arbitrator is a private judge, as I said,
Yeah.
and he renders a decision. And this decision is enforceable by law. In Kenya, under the Arbitration Act, most arbitral awards are actually taken up and enforced or accepted without enforcement. In fact, the sorry for this.
Amekuona kwa TV.
The statistics which we have show that actually about 70 to 80% of awards are taken up voluntarily. Now, a small percentage have to go to court because the nature of people is that some people do not agree with the decisions of the arbitrator. Some arbitral decisions are subject to challenge. You may go to set aside for one reason or another. Assuming, Eric, for instance, you had an arbitration and an arbitration has proceeded without your knowledge. You only come to know about it at the end. You must have some recourse.
Of course.
Secondly, enforcement by use of court helps you to get the sanction, the ability to enforce it. You know, courts have the power of state, the authority of state that comes, the ability to appoint bailiffs and auctioneers to enforce awards. Now, private judges do not have the same facilities or access to state authority or instruments such as those. So in very few circumstances, matters have to go to court for enforcement or for reconsideration. So that is the balancing act, the balance that is struck by the act in ensuring that there is fairness in the process itself. Remember, it's also a legal process. Yes.
Does the Arbitration Act stipulate that both parties, because, I mean, it follows that there's a contract.
Yes.
And the contract has an arbitration clause.
Absolutely.
All right?
Yes.
And the contract may stipulate how the arbitrator shall be appointed.
Yes.
That the two parties shall, if the contract says that the body for arbitration shall be the Chartered Institute for Arbitrators, then that is what we shall use.
Yes.
Now, is it possible that arbitration begins and proceeds without one of the parties' knowledge? The example that you've just given.
Now, the heart and soul of arbitration is consent, agreement, as you have put it. Either an agreement beforehand, when you're signing an agreement to buy a house, to purchase property, to buy seats. That is where you have the arbitral agreement or the arbitral clause. Now, you then have a situation where the dispute arises. When the dispute arises, one party can commence the process of arbitration by sending notice to the other. If the other party does not respond, depending on how you framed your arbitration clause, you may proceed just the way you proceed in court ex parte. But notice must be given to the other side. All that is required in the act is that you are given an opportunity to take up defense or respond. It is your choice whether you decide to come on board or not. But arbitration cannot proceed on the basis of a unilateral process. You cannot just say, now I've chosen you as the arbitrator, we are proceeding without Andu knowing about it, and yet you have a contract with her. What is required is that you must give notice and you must give her an opportunity. The rules of natural justice apply. One must be given an opportunity to be heard. Every judicial process, including arbitration, has certain basic principles, including the right to be heard and the right to be heard by an impartial arbiter, a person who has no conflict or interest in the matter. Yes.
Who appoints arbitrators to cases? Do you choose, or is there or does the centre now say, okay, this case has come before us, this is who we're going to appoint? And can parties have a say? You know, kind of like how you...
you're given a panel of five.
Given a panel, or like how in the jury system you pull a jury, for example. Does it happen kind of the same way?
It's a very simple process, by the way. The principle that underlies arbitration is called party autonomy. The principal difference between court and arbitration is that you have an ability to choose your own dispute resolver.
Okay.
You're neutral, the person who will resolve the dispute. So that is a unique character of arbitration. So how does it work? You write to the other party and say, look, I am in dispute with you and we want to appoint an arbitrator. Depending on how your clause is structured, the first opportunity is given to the parties to agree to an arbitrator. So you can say, we want to appoint X as an arbitrator. The other party will say, no, I am suggesting Y. Then we both say, X and Y, we can't go with X and Y, we will go with Z. That is one of the ways. When the matter now comes to us, what we do is that we look at three things. We look at the nature of the dispute. Is it a dispute regarding the sell and purchase of gold, minerals? Is it a dispute in defamation in a media context? And therefore, who would be the suitable arbitrator in that situation? We maintain a register of arbitrators. Now, the other quality of arbitration is that it employs expert knowledge. Eric, if you decide today to take up arbitration as your secondary profession, and I want to invite you to join us, it's a very short course, very easy to learn. If we have a dispute, it has. You are paid an hourly rate, and it's an hourly rate from a very low rate to the very highest, depending on your experience. So when it comes to us and we have identified that it's a dispute in, for instance, regarding some arrangements in the media, we look at about people within the media, people with primary training in media. And then we look at the experience. And then we look at the subject matter, how much is being sought. Then we appoint an appropriate arbitrator who fits those the criteria that has been set out. And then we appoint that person. That is how we do it. But the first opportunity is given to the parties themselves to try and appoint. If the parties asked us to give them a list, we give them. But we maintain a register of licensed people or members who are in good standing. I hope that answers your question.
It does.
Yes.
I'm looking at, again, to look at how I want to use justice is served. How long, is there an average, or does it depend on the nature of the case? How long does it take for cases to be then resolved? Is there a time set and say, look, I think now we are seeing that
you must start
in
and
the
finish
justice
within.
system,
All right.
Yeah, some of the tribunals that we see, you must start and be finished within 60 days. I think that is the norm that we are seeing coming out of the courts and the tribunals today. Do you have the same thing, or look, let the case live out its life? When it's done, it's done.
One of the reasons why parties come to arbitration or choose arbitration, particularly commercial people, is because of the expeditious disposal of disputes. They expect that disputes will be resolved expeditiously. The act that governs arbitration in Kenya does not set a time frame. But generally, arbitrations take between 6 months and 2 years. And for you to understand that that is a short period, compare these with court. The average period taken for a court case to travel the entire distance from magistracy to the Supreme Court or to the Court of Appeal in Kenya has been estimated as an average of 12 years. If you file a case today, you are likely to conclude it in 12 years. If you are contesting your retrenchment from employment, you are most likely to have retired even before that issue is resolved. If you look at 6 months to 2 years, it makes sense. The second attribute that makes it even more attractive is that an arbitral award, the arbitrator's decision, is final on the merits. You can only question the process if the process was not properly followed. But on the merits, if there is a finding that Eric is owed 2 million shillings and the evidence laid is in this manner, you are unlikely to challenge that merit finding, and therefore it gives commercial people two important characteristics. The first one is that they have finality, and number two, that the finality is quick, within a reasonable period. Of course, there are some disputes which take a shorter time and others slightly more time, but the average period is between 6 months and 2 years. Yes.
I want to come back and ask you about this number of cases that are being handled
Yes.
In Kenya. But before we do that, let's take a break. It's 29 minutes after 7. Dr. Wilfred Mutubwa is a chartered arbitrator and chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya branch. We are talking about promoting Nairobi as a preferred seat for international arbitration. What needs to happen about that? What does that even mean, promoting Nairobi as a seat for international arbitration? Let's discuss that after we take this break. Dr. You know of Vipingo?
Yes.
In Kilifi County.
Yes, yes.
You know of Centum Real Estate?
Yes, I do.
In Kenya?
Yes.
So Centum Real Estate and Vipingo, those two come together and you find Vipingo Development.
Yes.
In Vipingo, they are putting up beautiful development there.
Yes.
It's mixed use. There's going to be industrial, there's going to be commercial and residential.
Yes.
They've done residential. It's called Palm Ridge. Now, the Palm Ridge apartments, phase 1, they did the Palm Ridge, then they handed out to the homeowners. They're doing now phase 2. And they're saying, come and see the phase 1, see the phase 2, see where they are, and start owning a home here in Vipingo.
Yes.
All they want from you is a 10% down payment, and the rest you can pay in installments. 1.98 million for studio. You have studios, you have 1 and 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. Lovely, good ambience, very close to the beach, very close to the road, very close to the Vipingo airstrip, very close to the SGR station in Mariakani or the one in Mombasa, dual carriageway from Mombasa heading there. The thing, people talk about water. So what Vipingo Development went and did is they went to the ocean, they took water from the ocean, they set up a multi-billion shilling desalination plant. So they are now getting water from the ocean, desalinating it, treating it, and supplying it to the estate. So there's no day you'll wake up and wonder, leo kuna maji. Bauza imekuja. Nothing. No issues like that. Power, substation there is there. So it's a good thing to think about.
Yes, and for golfers, there is a golf course.
And there's a golf course in the neighborhood.
Oh, yes.
Wonderful to think of.
Beautiful.
Yeah? Yeah, it's something to think about. And you can look at their contracts and see with what the arbitral clause.
I can assure you there must be an arbitration
There
clause
definitely
somewhere.
is. It's Centum Real Estate we're talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah. 7:30. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back shortly and continue talking about arbitration. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Celebrate the month of love with Coldstone Creamery. Enjoy the perfect date spot at Coldstone and get 2 slices of delicious ice cream cake at only 800 shillings. Surprise a loved one with a Coldstone Valentine's cake and treat them to a chocolate cake layered with strawberry ice cream, wrapped in pink frosting and finished with cascading garnish for only 2,500 shillings. Coldstone Creamery, making your Valentine's even sweeter.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of 1 in a give Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes and that bling. Samakuwa mocha. Toast to luxury. In a give single Cassie, girl power. Cheers! And gravity defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Haven't ready for it yet?
Woo! In a give Kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of 1 from only 300 shillings for limited time. In a give Showmax. Sign up
Sunny
at
conditions
Showmax.
in Nairobi going to highs of 29 today, and we'll see highs of 31 in a partly sunny Nakuru at 13. It's 11 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 29 and highs of 27 in a sunny Eldoret. 22 and sunny in Mombasa going to highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 31 in a cloudy Malindi. 20 and cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 31. We'll see highs of 33 in a cloudy Kakamega. Mostly sunny at 20 in Kampala, going to highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 32 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam. 16 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 34 in a clear Lagos. It's 23 and mostly clear in Kinshasa, highs of 33 down to lows of 23.
Spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
spice up your life.
All right, we're right in traffic hour at right about this time this morning. It's heavy coming off Thika Superhighway, bumper to bumper on Kiambu Road, as well as coming off of Limuru Road and greater into that whole Kitisuru area. Let's look at James Gishuru, where it's bumper to bumper. Some folks are going west, some folks into the city, crossing over Waiaki Way and going in the direction of Kangemi. So those going on the A104 should be all right, and that is outbound. And those inbound the city, you can use the Red Hill Link Road. Coming off of Langata Road, some traffic here and there, but manageable. Let's keep at it, folks. Friday is not looking too bad. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Situation Room, Eric Latif Ndu Oko, and our guest for this hour, Dr. Wilfred Mutubo, Chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya branch. Dr. I want to go into what you said earlier. You give the comparison of how busy the arbitration sector is in Kenya, and you compare it with London. You said this is like the seat of international arbitration. 400 cases being handled in London in a year. 300 cases being handled in Kenya in a year. What does that say about Kenya? Is that where we are too litigious? We have too many disputes?
I like looking at it this way. It tells you that Kenyans believe in resolving disputes through peaceful means. You know, disputes will always be there. How you choose to resolve them then determines what kind of society you are.
The character
of the society. So the character of this society is that as much as we are litigious, we know that we have options, and we understand that we have possibilities, we have approaches away from court. So I look at Kenya and its growth in terms of the arbitration space. The mediation is actually doing very well. I know that we have almost a 99% acceptance of mediation in court today, because the matters which are being referred to mediation are either being resolved or are ending with partial settlements. But the point I'm making is that, look, Kenyans have realized that a perfect society does not exist. Disputes will always arise between commercial people, between people in employment and those who are doing business, but we will always resolve our disputes in an amicable, peaceful manner. The alternative is something you do not even want to consider or conceive. So that when I look at the growth of arbitration in this country, I see a strong sense of belief in our domestic systems. I see a strong support for alternative justice systems by government, by private sector, by commercial people, by all stakeholders. And now, including by the media now, because this is where we get to interact with the people who use these services.
I buy that. I actually, and I see the way you've given it. That context is good. It shows that we are people who want to resolve disputes. We want to have amicable resolution of issues. But I also see the other side. It's like every time people are getting into a contract, into an engagement, there's insufficient goodwill. There lacks 100% or at least 90% of goodwill. So that a matter is likely to end up in dispute.
Other than not.
Yes. It's like the higher likelihood, as we start this conversation, there's going to be a dispute somewhere. We've put it on contract. We are saying this is how we're going to operate. This is what we're going to do. But it's like we are not starting from a point of goodwill.
You see, when you enter into a dispute, the time when you sign a contract, when you're happy, when you're getting employed, when you're getting that job, that is the time to include a dispute resolution clause when people are happy. Because they say, if it can happen, it will happen. And you see, it is good to say that, and I understand exactly what you're saying, because contracts are supposed to be dealt with in good faith. But remember that when you are in a contractual relationship, you are in a relationship that has many dynamics. Sometimes it evolves into places you did not anticipate. You may all have the best of intentions going into the arrangement. The beauty about dispute resolution and having an arbitration clause is that you give yourself an opportunity to resolve it when it arises. As an arbitrator, I would say it's a good thing that disputes arise. People test them. They are able to know. And it also helps in future because disputes also help you to anticipate future conduct. It helps you to also prepare. It gives you precedent. So that, Eric, when you and I have the second contract or third, or you have another contract with somebody else, you can almost tell what will come out of a dispute situation. Contracts are actually improved out of disputes. The more disputes people have. Some people were saying that, you see, we have a very mature electoral system. This electoral system in this country has been modified because of the many disputes we have had. So every cycle is a learning experience. So disputes are not bad in themselves. Even when you hear about political climate, business climate, it doesn't necessarily always mean that those people do not engage in disputes. It means that those people engage in disputes but resolve them in civilized manners. When you listen to the noise in the American political space, it never suggests that people agree. The people don't agree there always. But you'll never see people taking arms against each other. They go to congressional hearings, they go to court, they go to the Supreme Court, and there is a pronouncement on those issues. So human beings are, by their very nature, not created to always agree among themselves. But they must have a place to ventilate, to say what they think, including say what is wrong. You don't have to always be right when you go to a dispute resolution space. So, Eric, to assume that you will have an idealistic situation where people will perform contracts properly without questions.
Where people's word is their bond.
It should be that way. It should be that way. But if it does not happen, somebody must come and remind them. And that is where the arbitrator comes
in.
And Kenya has no word.
Well, I hinted on that question then. I mean, obviously there is a push. And it could be, salient or otherwise. There's a push to say Nairobi to be recognized as an international hub for arbitration. Why?
You see, I have always grappled with that question. A hub is not something you impose on yourself or declare, like a republic. It is something that people come to appreciate. The reason why 70 to 80% of disputes are resolved in London, international commercial disputes, is because our reputation has been built over the years. What we need to do as Nairobi is to build a reputation. Our reputation is not built by statutes, by declarations, by presidential, decrees. No, it is built by a culture. One of the things that Eric is talking about, a culture of excellence in terms of the business practices, a culture of excellence in terms of the support structure that comes with dispute resolution. One of them is that you must have competent, qualified arbitrators within that space. There must also be people of high integrity. So these must be people that everybody trusts. And the government must be able to support. You must know that if you come to Nairobi and lodge a dispute in Nairobi, there will be no interference by government, state or non-state actors. If your arbitral award goes to court, the courts understand what arbitration is, what the arbitration outcome is supposed to be, and they enforce the decision of the arbitrator and the rights and obligations of the parties. So a reputation has to be built. But a reputation is also built within an ecosystem that works. So you want to have political stability. You also want to have the infrastructure. Today, the people are big on virtual dispute resolution. So you must have rooms, you must have buildings that are compatible with these processes. You must also have the hotels, the infrastructure, the roads, the airport, direct flights into Nairobi that would allow business people to travel into the country, do their arbitrations and leave. So Nairobi as an international hub for arbitration is an idea which must be nurtured by the state and non-state actors. We play our role, but the state must also play its role. The business community must play its role. The media must play its role. if the image of this country coming out of this country is always one of confrontation, violence, if we have always demonstrations on the street, people will say, I will not come to Nairobi to do my arbitration. I will be caught up in demonstrations. We have political instability. Those are some of the things people confront us with when we go out there and we speak about Nairobi and why Nairobi should become a hub. We also need a modern legislation. Today, we have an arbitration act that is 25 years old, 28 years old actually.
Really?
Yes. It is one of the few legislations that have not been aligned even to the new constitution.
Yeah.
So after the 2010 constitution, many statutes were actually aligned to the constitution. We need a new progressive arbitration act. This is an arbitration act that was there even before the email was the main way of communicating. So if people come and they look at your infrastructure, statutory, they look at your physical infrastructure, your political setup, they look at the quality of arbitrators you have, and in totality they find that it is acceptable, then they will tell you that, look, you are growing into a hub. A hub simply means that you are attracting more and more within the region, and we must start with the region. So we are doing a lot, but a lot more needs to be done. The setting up of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration is also a good thing, because it shows that government is committed to having these processes structured.
Recognized and structured.
But it is not enough. The institution itself, that is the NCIA, must be supported. You cannot give it a very small budget and expect that you don't allow it to grow. It does not have personnel, and it does not is not able to carry its weight, and then expect to become a hub.
Sure.
So to become a hub is a conscious decision we must all make, and we must ask ourselves, how do we move there? Then we need leadership in that area. So that is my thinking about the making Nairobi a hub. I will tell you that Rwanda is running faster than we are. They have set up the Kigali International Arbitration Center. It is supported by the government.
Don't go for
Eric,
it.
Let me ask you. I'm saying they are making more effort.
They're making effort.
We are also making our efforts.
About the efforts. So among the things that you've said, infrastructure, connectivity to the airport, we have
internet,
we have, do we have competencies? Yes, we have. How many do you have registered?
Over 1,200.
1,200 plus.
Yes.
Right? Registered and accredited arbitrators in Kenya.
Yes.
We have very many things. Okay, the political climate, it's up and down, but for the bigger part, in the last 8 or so years, it's peaceful.
Absolutely.
Now, the law. What's up with that? I mean, what are you doing as, for example, the chair of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and the center itself and others to actually have this law updated?
Absolutely. We are doing everything within our capacity. One of the things we have done, we have approached the Attorney General. We now have a working group, both by private sector and government, to look at our Arbitration Act, to look at the arbitration enabling legislation, to see how we can improve that legislation and have a new Arbitration Act probably in the next 1 or 2 years. Remember that, our legislative processes are also very bureaucratic. It takes time. We are benchmarking with the very best. It is time we moved into a framework that appreciates international arbitration, but with an African touch. One of the things we don't do well as Africans is to develop our own processes. What we do, we cut and paste what we have seen. You're most likely to find that an African country has taken the English Act, put it here, and try to apply it in domestic settings. The challenge you have with those is that they don't appreciate certain cultural aspects, certain realities that happen. You see, you come to Nairobi, the basic mode of transport is matatu. You go to London, it is train. So you must appreciate that there are cultural differences. So if you are creating a law, it must be a law that responds to what you do here. So I think, and you look at the business sector in Africa, and particularly Nairobi and Kenya, most traders are informal traders. How can arbitration and these processes actually also respond to their needs? They are not as structured as they are in New York, in Washington, in Paris and other places. So what we want to do is to encourage that the state comes up with legislation together with us, all the stakeholders, we want to sit down and craft an arbitration act that speaks to the needs of Africans in the 21st century Kenya.
Right.
So we are doing our best. We already have a working group. We were just waiting to see the new Attorney General settle in. We will be visiting him very soon to take up. The previous Attorney General had already actually formed the team with us. We hope to move forward that discussion.
But the working group does not need the person of the AG to continue working.
Unfortunately, what happens is you have a situation where legislation is actually proposed to the two houses through the Attorney General's office.
That's true.
If you begin work without using or incorporating the Attorney General's office, you will reach somewhere and you will start at point zero once again. So the working group is actually a work in progress.
Okay.
It is already working on these issues.
So it's already sitting down and discussing
we are looking
a draft.
We are looking at a draft. We are looking at collecting views about what we have seen in the previous regime, what we are now seeing as a trend going forward, and what we need to do. So first of all, we must have objectives. We must know what we want to achieve, and then we can now craft something around it.
Do you have timelines for this?
We hope to have a draft presented to Parliament within a year.
Okay.
So do you have so the timelines are within
we
by
do not
the
have
end of this year?
specific timelines.
Why not?
One of the challenges is that we also want to have the working group gazetted so that it is also supported and it's also structured.
Okay. Do you have timelines for that?
We have put our own timelines. I'm not talking about statutory timelines. We think that in the next 2 or 3 months, we should have gotten the nod from the Attorney General, have the working group or the task force gazetted with terms of reference, and then we have a time frame within which we will deliver the first draft or a report. That is the thinking.
Okay.
Yes.
How is this all funded? Is this funded? So, do parties pay a fee as they come
to arbitration?
How else does support come? Because obviously arbitrators are paid. The center must run, keep the vehicle going.
Yes.
So how does that all come about?
There are 3 areas on funding of this process. Number one, when you request for appointment of an arbitrator, you pay a very modest fee. At the institute, you pay 20,000 shillings. And then you get an arbitrator appointed. So those are some of the fees we collect and run the center with. The second revenue stream we have is training. We train arbitrators and they pay some fees for the training. Thirdly, and which I think is what you are interested in, is how do arbitrators get remunerated? Arbitrators are paid by the parties. Parties pay an equal amount. Arbitrators are at several levels. We have the very basic, an associate, a member level, fellow, and a chartered arbitrator at the highest. So a chartered arbitrator would charge you, for instance, 30,000 shillings an hour. So each party will pay 15,000 shillings until the matter is determined, and then the arbitrator will decide who bears the costs at the end of the day. Now, another area where we make some money from is we have activities, we have cocktails, we have conferences, we have webinars, we have symposia, which we use to continuously develop the skills of our members. So those are some of the areas in which we try to get. But the center runs on membership subscriptions. Membership subscriptions, you are a member of the institute, you pay a very modest fee, a yearly fee of about 10,000 shillings, 7,000 shillings. That is what keeps us running.
You're a lawyer?
Yes, I am.
What's the term that the Law Society uses to determine how much a lawyer should be paid?
The remuneration.
That one.
Yes.
What's it? Say it again in full.
Remuneration.
The remuneration something.
It's like fees.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's set.
And a remuneration order.
The remuneration order that is set by the LSK.
Yes.
Same thing happens with doctors.
Yes.
There is, a scale.
A scale, yes.
By which you pay.
Yes.
Do you have the same for arbitrators?
We have guidelines. We don't call it a remuneration order. We have a guideline set, published, reviewed every 3 years. We send it out to members and members of the public. It is accessible on our website. It gives you an idea of how much you will pay. It is usually an hourly rate. The lawyers one is a per centum. of the subject matter. Ours is an hourly rate. It's actually more cheaper than hiring a lawyer, because a lawyer will charge you 4-5%, 3-4-5% of the subject matter. Assuming it's 1 billion shillings, you can calculate. An arbitrator will charge you for the actual hours spent dealing with your matter. So it is an hourly rate starting from 7,500 shillings all the way to 30,000 shillings per hour. So yes, we have those guidelines.
Okay.
Yes.
What does it take to become an arbitrator?
This is a question I'm asked, and surprisingly, it is one of the easiest things to do. Many people, when they come before us, they are in awe. They believe that we are grandmasters of something. It is actually a very simple thing. It is so simple, it will surprise you, Andu. It will really surprise you that the initial course, the associate member course, takes 2 days. 2 days of your entire year. 2 days. And you sit a multiple, what is it called? A multiple choice exam. 60. I am sure the last time you heard of this is in primary school.
Yeah.
That's what we give you. And at the Chartered Institute here, by the way, our branch has the highest number of qualified tutors anywhere in the globe, including more than the ones in London. And our pass rate in the associate course is 99.9%.
Everybody passes.
Are you serious?
It's multiple choice.
90. No. Eric, it is credit to our preparation of the candidates also, because that course is offered elsewhere, and the pass rate is not as good. So it is so easy. So that is the first level. Then the second level is module 1. There's module 2 and module 3. It gets a bit, I don't want to say harder. It gets a bit stricter as you go up. Module 1, we teach you the basics of law, because remember, not all arbitrators are lawyers. In fact, arbitration is an effort to avoid legalistic dispute resolution. So Eric, you are a journalist and you want to become an arbitrator. We will give you on module 1 some basics of the law. So we'll teach you some contract law, some law of tort, then progress you to module 2. In module 2, we will teach you the practice of arbitration itself, how to receive evidence, how to treat parties equally, fairly, how to be an impartial adjudicator of disputes, an arbiter, how to receive evidence, how to consider evidence. Very basic. And then in module 3, we will teach you the aspects of writing the award or the decision of the arbitrator. And then we'll take you through some level of oral exams just to find out how you are faring. It's really a skill-based training. It's just supposed to be skill-based, hands-on, practical training. Then we give you mentorship. We are the only professional organization in this country that you do not look for internship. Like people drop CVs here. We don't do that. What you do is that after you finish your module 1, we write you an email. If you request, we write you an email and tell you, go and sit with Dr. Mutubwa in these 3 arbitrations and come back. When you come back, we'll appoint you. So we are one of the few bodies, and I tell this even to the president of the Law Society, that look, we are one of the few bodies where people do not look for interns or internship. We have about 20,000 lawyers, but we are not able to get pupillage places for about 2,000 trainees.
For new trainees.
2,000. It just means that for every 3 lawyers, you just need to say that you will take 1 intern. And sometimes it becomes a difficulty. We have done it ourselves. In fact, today when I look at my records, we have more mentors than we have mentees. We are looking for people to come and take up mentorship. So, Eric, if you started your journey now of becoming an arbitrator, within 2 years, you will have achieved the highest level if you want to.
So within 2 years, you can become a chartered arbitrator.
Depending on how you move. Chartered arbitrator, between fellow and chartered arbitrator is a matter of experience. So you will most likely become a fellow. And that is sufficient. It's the highest level.
Is the training part-time or full-time?
It is not full-time. It's a modular training, meaning that we set dates. There's a calendar throughout the year. You may take your first course in April, take the next one in September, depending on your flexibility. Some of the courses which take 3 days, we split them. We can have 1 day this month, another day next month, and a third day the month after. We give you the material, we train you, we give you tutorials. They are both online and in person. It's very flexible.
Virtual, physical?
Virtual and flexible, sometimes hybrid. We train many people who are not able to even travel into Nairobi. Some people join us even from Sudan. Some people join us from Egypt, wherever you are. It takes just you to structure yourself.
Okay.
It is so easy that it is so surprising that I always encourage many people to take this as a second profession. You could also contribute to your profession by resolving disputes. We have engineers who practice engineering, but they can resolve disputes on other roads or other buildings which they are not involved in terms of the project. So it is so easy that sometimes I get surprised when people ask me, how have you achieved all this?
What have you done?
There is really
How does
not
one
much.
get in touch with the Institute?
The Institute has a website. You just go to the website. You will find.
So if you Google the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya,
you will see our website. It's very easy to navigate.
And the contacts are there.
You can
as well.
apply there, make payment. The contacts are there. We have people who are present all the time to answer your questions. I am also available anytime.
Let's do this thing.
Yes.
We'll do this thing.
Welcome.
Daktari,
I hope to
thank
see
you very much for joining
Asante
us.
sana.
Dr. Wilfred Mutuboa is chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya branch. We want to make Nairobi the preferred seat for alternative dispute resolution and international arbitration. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
And Eritrea have reached a decision to abolish visa requirements between the two nations. President William Ruto and Eritrea's Isaias Afwerki held bilateral talks in Nairobi where they agreed to develop comprehensive plans of cooperation in various sectors including agriculture, trade and investment, air transport, mining, education, renewable energy, water management, tourism, the blue economy and regional integration. The subsequent ministries from both countries will work on the modalities for the ratification of the visa directive. To deepen the bilateral relations, Kenya will now open a diplomatic mission representation in Asmara, the capital city of Eritrea.
To facilitate growth in trade and connectivity between our people and our business, we have agreed to abolish the requirement of visa permanently. Given the commitment of my administration to deepen and strengthen our bilateral relations, I wish to confirm that Kenya will open a diplomatic mission representation in Asmara, and I have consequently instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to commence the process of operationalizing this directive immediately.
It was here in Kenya, Nairobi, that all the dreams from the Horn were coming to be realized because of this new organization. Your visit has re-inspired so many dreams that have been in the plan. These are not dreams, these are realistic aspirations.
And House Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has told off retired President Uhuru Kenyatta of attempts to drag his mother, former First Lady Mama Ngina Kenyatta, into personal accountability matters. He challenged the former head of state to defend himself against any claims of tax evasion without involving his elderly mother. Ichung'wah said Mama Ngina should be left alone and those responsible for tax evasion be held accountable.
Wale wanaouliza mama zao wawatetee, pia waache kusumbua wakongwe wetu. Wakongwe wengi hawana namna ya kupata mapato ambayo wataweza kulipa ushuru. Lakini wewe kama ulitumia mamlaka yako ofisini kukwepa kulipa ushuru, lipa ushuru polepole na kama umenyamaza kama vile Wakenya wengine wanavyofanya. Wacha kukimbia kuuliza wazazi wako wakutetee. Enda ujitetee na checkbook KRA, ulipe ushuru. Kama umekuwa ukinunua maziwa ya watu, wenye unanunulia maziwa analipa ushuru, unanunua viazi ya mtu mwenye umenunulia analipa ushuru, wewe ukiuza hulipi ushuru, jitetee kwa kulipa ushuru. Hayo tu.
Migori Senator Eddie Oketch has penned a letter to ODM party recommending the dismissal of its members of parliament to meet President William Ruto in State House. Senator Oketch, in a letter addressed to ODM chairperson John Mbadi and Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, wants the legislators expelled on grounds of violation Section 14 of the Political Parties Act, which he says caused immense embarrassment to the party and its leadership. Section 14A1 dictates that a member may be deemed to have resigned from a political party if they promote the ideology, interest or policies of another political party. The Migori senator therefore argued that the legislators who met President Ruto indicated a clear association with a different political party. And Chief Justice Martha Koome has urged magistrates and cadis to be champions of excellence in their respective courts. She told the judicial officers that they were chief justices, leaders and drivers of the social transformation, access to justice vision in the courts and court stations. The vision is intended to open the doors of justice for all, with one of its main focus being removing formal, informal and systemic barriers to access to justice. The CJ urged magistrates and cadis to support innovations to improve judicial performance, including embracing court-led active management of cases, early identification of issues for resolution and promotion of diversion and alternative avenues for disputes resolution. And the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has called on the members of the public to volunteer information that may lead to the arrest of 5 suspects linked to the Al-Qaeda-affiliated Al-Shabaab terror group. 4 of the suspects are believed to have been involved in recent attacks against civilians and security forces in Lamu County and Boni Enclave, which the 5th suspect was involved in the deadly attack at Garissa University in 2014. This as the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi issued a terror alert warning its citizens that terrorists may target high traffic areas frequented by foreigners and tourists in Nairobi and elsewhere in Kenya. The embassy said the locations continue to be attractive targets to terrorists planning to conduct potentially imminent attacks. It added that the government of Kenya has increased counter-terrorism patrols. The embassy wants its citizens to exercise vigilance at locations frequented by tourists and foreigners, review their personal security plans and be aware of their surroundings. It is not clear what prompted the new and first alert this year so far, but officials said they believe dozens of Al-Shabaab terrorists may have slipped into the city from Somalia and are planning an attack. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, looks like traffic hour is not too terrible this Friday morning. At this point, we're looking at Jogo Road busy. Lunga Lunga is busy as well. Coming in from okay, what is this? This is Raila Odinga Way, heavy traffic inbound. It's going to touch on Gong Road. The traffic also coming in from Langata Road and then going and touching on Mombasa Road and then out to just before the Nyeri Stadium roundabouts. Looking at that Globe Cinema overpass, underpass coming in from Muranga Road, that is extremely busy this morning. And we're looking at Thika Superhighway. It's ebbing and flowing, but it's heavy coming off of Kiambu Road. We're looking at Limuru Road, busy Gigiri, all of this quite busy as well. But again, not too terrible. Outbound traffic of the city is also doing a thing this morning. Where are you? What are you doing? Are you stuck anywhere? Let us know. Let's spread the word. If you find a good route that you can use this morning, let us know that as well. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8. Good morning and thank you for keeping it locked on SpiceFM on KTN or online. This is a Situation Room. Happy Friday. It's the 10th day of February 2023. We have a new guest in the studio. His name is Kenneth Odhiambo. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Mwalimu National Sacco. We want to talk about the Sacco industry in this country, the Sacco movement, and looking at building digital trust. Before we welcome him, let's ask you whether you have actually gone to showmax.com and seen the various subscription models available. And for as little as 300 bob, known that if you paid for 1 month, you can get an extra month free, courtesy of listening to us this morning.
Did you know that you can? Because Showmax in a Give, the great display of content available in movies, sporting activities, series, etc., for only as little as 300 shillings. And you know what? You get an extra month for free.
Yep.
Showmax in a Give this February.
In a give, could give. We want to welcome our guest with the day's proverb. So the proverbs for the other Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were from Malawi. Today's proverb is from Nigeria. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. Bwana Kenneth Odhiambo, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here. That proverb is from Igbo in Nigeria. No, we don't say the G.
We
say Igbo.
We don't say it's from Igbo. We just say it is Igbo.
That proverb is
Igbo.
Is Igbo.
Yes, it's an Igbo proverb.
So it's Igbo.
It's like saying you cannot say it's from Swahili. What is that?
You can.
No, you can't.
Swahili
You wouldn't say it. But you say it's from the Swahili people.
That proverb is from the Igbo people.
Thank you very much.
Of Nigeria. Do you get anything from it? Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it.
Right. I think as the saying goes, I mean, issues of character, I mean, manifests itself in terms of how you are as a person. Let me talk for myself. And of course, that also touches on what people know about you, what people understand in terms of what you can do, how people look at you in terms of what you can say at any moment in time, what you can deliver at any moment in time, how you behave, how you shape the thinking of other people. And there must be some element of consistency, in character. Yeah, so that's the way I would look at it.
And you cannot really hide it. People will see who you are as a person. People will see your character.
Absolutely.
Great. We're here to talk about the Mwalimu National Sacco and just looking at the Sacco industry as a whole.
Yeah.
And how then we can also continue building trust, digital trust in Sacco movement and Sacco industry. Let's talk about Mwalimu Sacco first.
Right.
How many members do you have? How old is this Sacco? I mean, it's one of the oldest and largest Saccos in the country.
Right. In terms of membership, as at December, we closed at 116,426. So that is the membership that we currently have. And of course, it's drawn from the teaching fraternity, the universities, the colleges, the TVETs, the mainstream civil service, and a few from private institutions there. And Mwalimu Sacco is as old as next year we should be celebrating our 50 years. So that's quite some milestone achievement. So having started with a number of around 11 members then, it has mutated into 116, and we continue growing as well. So as we grow also, new things come.
Yeah.
And those are some of the things that we deal with as we move on.
Indeed. Yeah. How much are you holding in savings and assets?
Right now, our asset base is 63.6 billion.
It's just 63.6
billion. As of December. And of course, the savings portfolio stands at 47 billion. And the loan book portfolio of also around 42 billion.
Okay. Yeah. Can we take a few steps back? And what was the rationale behind starting the Mwalimu Sacco? I mean, years and years ago. We're looking at well over 50 years ago, or almost 50 years ago. Why? How did it come into being?
Right. It was thinking of some 11 TSC secretariat staff that thought that they would come together and put some savings so that they can access some affordable credit for purposes of investments. And that idea mutated into something that was brought in by teachers of this country. I mean, basically the post-primary teachers, because that was the initial catchment area that Mwalimu had. And over time, I mean, there was a lot of interest because at that time there are not so many circles that were there then. And even in terms of how circles were being run, actually they were being run from the ministry, mainstream ministry, which of course seated at the Kencom House. I do remember when I left college in 94 then, and by the way, to be clear, I started working with Mwalimu National before I exited and came back. Yeah, so it was kind of a career sword. Yeah, so when in 94, could find that some of the operations that were normally bedded at the ministry, even signing of the checks, even approval of the loans, which was a little bit bureaucratic. But as time goes by, as the regulatory framework was also reviewed, I mean, that autonomy came into being. And of course, remember that time also being part of the banking system, not so many banks would allow very low or rather little
deposits.
Deposits. So that's how SACCOs started to thrive. And that's how Mwalimu also got in the opportunity to now embed itself within the teaching fraternity. And of course, that has been the story. But again, other players came in, other SACCOs came in, which of course mainly operate within the counties, and also caught some big chunk of market share. So that's where we are now.
You know, it's really, if you look back into the SACCO movement, of course it started with teachers and other civil servants doing various other cadres, right? And looking at how the members would use the SACCO to develop themselves. They'd use the SACCO to, go and take a loan here, pay school fees. It's coming from the SACCO. Take a loan for development, basically just those basic developments. And now the SACCO, I'm sure, has very many products that it's offering. It's not just, school fees, loans, and personal development loans. You have very many other things. What's the most popular product that you have right now?
I would say that the most popular product we have is called Vision. I mean, it's a long-term loan that, of course, most of our members can be able to access large amounts over a longer period of time. And, of course, that affords them an opportunity to, venture into some of those capital-intensive projects. But over time, there have been needs that keep on coming. One of the things that keeps us awake as a SACCO now is how do we make the institution more sustainable? More sustainable in the sense that if we look at segment, rather our membership in terms of the age group, you find that the age between 35 and above accounts for almost 75 to 80%. Only 20%, falls in the category of the youthful category. So what does that mean? The sustainability of the institution in terms of us having this institution moving forward lies on this other segment of 20%. So we need to relook at our policies. We need to relook at our strategies of how do we become more inclusive in terms of bringing this segment of age group into our membership, so that we can see these institutions long after we exit. But that said, then to sum up the question that you'd asked, what we have looked at is that the traditional products for the SACCOs have been with us for a long time. But now the market is demanding something different. They're demanding mortgages, demanding issues like touching on asset finance, demanding issues touching on even overdrafts, because we have those quasi-banking units that we run in terms of FOSA. And recently we did launch some products, in terms of the mortgage refinancing in collaboration with the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. We have asset finance, we have insurance finance. We are now looking at another frontier through our quasi-banking unit in terms of unsecured credit, because what we are finding out is that the youthful segment of our membership are not very keen to wait for 6 months to get a credit. They get a job today, tomorrow they want a credit. So how do we capture that market moving forward? We need to open up and see how do we bring them along so that we change the traditional way of doing things. But that also calls for the policy makers to relook at the SACCO model. How sustainable is it in the medium and the long term with the current age group also, coming in with their financial needs?
Yeah. So, looking at the membership, which is huge, it looks as though members are made up of those who have gainful employment. Who else is allowed to join apart from those who may not have a regular payslip, for example? You're taking in other members?
Right. I think that's a very pertinent question. As you put it correctly, right now, the bigger chunk of our membership are on payslip and actually monthly pay, whereby we receive deductions through monthly checkoff. But we've seen over time that as we progress as institutions within even the SACCO industry, there is also need to capture the non-salaried segment of the population if we are going to move in the direction of the financial inclusion agenda. And many SACCOs have actually mutated to that, or rather moved to that space. And what they have done is that they have changed even their brand. The traditional names that they used to be called, like Baringo teachers, now is Boresha. Like the former Kilifi teachers, now is Marika. So even as Mwalimu National, we are looking at what is it that probably we have to do to gain that captive market in terms of serving all. And one of the things that we've noticed as we also look at our strategy moving forward is that there's a bigger chunk of business outside the non-payroll membership. And more so the micro-lending aspect, which of course, as we look at the figures of the recently launched, the Hustler Fund, which of course right now the policymakers are working on a framework of how to mainstream that within the SACCOs. There is a bigger chunk of business in that area, and it's one of the things that we're looking at. How can we be able to open up our basket more? Because that is the only way we'll grow. Otherwise, if we remain more close to salaried membership and probably those who we are very certain in terms of where they
regular income.
It's something that I think the banks have done very well.
Because times are changing, aren't they? Because so now just connecting what you've just said with what you said previously about the younger generation who for the really working system has kind of adapted to take them on, because somebody staying in one position for 30 years, that seems to be changing quite some, isn't it? So somebody who leaves university or leaves tertiary and then gets a job is looking for credit. And so you as a SACCO is having to change that. The digital era is right here in our faces. How have you then, beyond saying what access to credit can we create for these young people who've just come out and want a microwave answer, a microwave solution to their credit issues, and at the same time folks who are on the fly, who are not necessarily sitting behind a desk, but have legitimate sources of income, but need credit. So in the digital world now, how is the SACCO then being able to move from where it was teachers and a salary, straight jacket, to now the way the world has evolved? How have you been able to now move?
Let me speak from industry perspective before I narrow into our situations as Mwalimu National. Over time, there have been a lot of innovations in terms of the products and offering within the SACCO industry, and those innovations have come with digital transformations in terms of how the services and products can be offered, created convenience and that. But again, depending on each and every SACCO, how they look at it, it's been a big debate in terms of how do we move to this segment of age group. As Mwalimu National, our members actually can have their children join the SACCO as early as school-going age.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, you'll find that we have a category B membership. Of course, they will not participate in those AGMs decisions, but they can save. And of course, as they school, we also walk them through mentorship programs to ensure that they align themselves to the SACCO aspirations. But that is only limited to our membership. So what are we looking at in terms of beyond our membership? The digital technologies have actually made it a little bit interesting in this market. Members are asking for more convenience. No one wants to move to a brick and mortar branch to access service. They want instant response to their queries. They want more, in terms of what we have to offer. So our journey towards digital transformation has been, what are kind of the technologies that we can employ or that deploy to address some of these issues of convenience, some of these issues of security, some of these issues of access to credit without a lot of. And we have moved into that space. And of course, we're still doing some more innovations. But one of the things that is also coming and featuring very prominently, which of course is what you call the modern day imperative, is the digital trust. If you're going to move me to a platform, then can you guarantee that when I want those taxes, I can access them anytime without a lot of disruptions? When I make inquiries, I can be able to deal with the responses. Actually, the responses are available anytime. When I make, or rather, access some of the credits and saving services, I can be able to do it myself, even onboarding. Why would I fill a fiscal form to join an institution, a SACCO?
Yes.
So what we're doing currently is that many SACCOs, and I think that's what I can talk for them, they have really done a lot in terms of innovations. In fact, from my phone here, I have an option whereby I can onboard any other person that I meet. That's why through our mobile app, the current one, I can be able to onboard and just give me your details on board you, because we are linked to the GPRS for purposes of KYC. So that's where we are moving. But again, it's a question of, can the SACCO model in its current form be more sustainable in the longer term? That's a big question.
What is it policy-wise that would make the current model not be sustainable? Because you've mentioned that now 3 times.
Yes. One of the things that we are looking at is the issue of deposits mobilization, because you see, when you're in a financial services industry, the most critical aspect is liquidity. And how do you get that liquidity? Liquidity basically comes from deposits, which of course that's what banks rise on to make those huge profits. And of course, it's your money, is my money lying in a bank somewhere because I don't have any need for it now. I can lend it within 72 hours, 48 hours, and make my money. So that aspect of liquidity in terms of deposits, we need to open up that space in terms of bringing in more people, rather the public, in terms of opening the membership, so that you can attract more deposits, even a micro deposit, because that is where money is. And again, another thing that probably the policymakers need to deal with is the context of the fiscal or the taxation policy within the cooperatives, which is a little bit punitive. Because currently, if I want to onboard people who are not defined within the realm of my membership, I have to pay a higher tax if I trade with them. So the model is so confined that you can only trade with your members, but if you go out, then give us this amount of tax, which of course is really stifled the market in terms of how we move. So there is already some initiatives going on, and of course our current CS is also very pragmatic. He's really pursuing some of those policy initiatives that are very, punitive to SACCOs, so that we can move into that space whereby you can onboard people who are not even defined within our membership, but of course guarantee them access to credits and their deposits and any time they might, just like the banks do. The second issue is about the element of the payment and settlement system. SACCOs are not in that space. It's only banks that can access that. And that's one of the critical game changer, that if SACCOs would have that access to payment and settlement system, why would we...
So here we are talking about RTGS.
You can do RTGS from our if we had that access, we can do RTGS from our premises within our quasi-banking unit. We can issue checks like the banks do.
Yeah.
We can do any other transfer. We can trade in any other form of business that the financial, the mainstream banks have already, leveraged on. And it's one of those things that, will be a game changer, because if you go to US, actually, some of the larger, they call them credit unions, are bigger than banks, actually much bigger than banks. So that is the next frontier in terms of...
Some SACCOs in Kenya are bigger than many banks.
Mid-tier banks, of course. Mid-tier banks, and including even Mwalimu National. We rank into the mid-tier kind of bank. Hopefully we will be somewhere, probably in 5-10 years. We should be somewhere near the
tier ones.
But that growth, as you can see, requires some policy interventions in terms of the, as mentioned, the payments and settlements system, in terms of the deposit guarantee, which of course is enshrined within the current legal framework, in terms of the central liquidity facility, whereby they can lend among themselves to be able to balance that liquidity. Shortfalls anytime, so that they can be able to serve their members generally. But again, the riding point here is, as we move into the future, the element of the segmented membership must be addressed, so that you can also have, actually, as I was seated here waiting for the interview, one of your staff was asking, can I join? Because I think she saw the products that we launched in terms of mortgage refinancing and everything. I said, right now, it may be a little bit of a challenge, but let me see what happens in the next 2 years.
What would the challenge be?
Because you see, the SACCOs operate within what you call a bylaw. A bylaw is kind of a sub-legislation that defines the segment of membership where you draw your membership. The moment you go out of that, then it becomes a little bit complicated to be able to do business with these other people. So that element alone, you see, is already denying me an opportunity to onboard a potential client that is ready, because they're seeing what they can benefit from in terms of the financial services that we offer. So that is a tipping point.
Kenneth, Mwalimu National is participating in the KMRC deals, right?
Right.
In the home deals. Right. How does it work?
It's a partnership. KMRC, of course, is a government institution that sits under National Treasury, and they have a funding from the World Bank, and they also have a funding from African Development Bank. And through this funding, it was a government initiative, what you call the low-cost housing initiative that was meant to address. So what happens is that, being a member of the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing as Mwalimu National, we've been able to ride on their softer terms, because the lenders are single digit. We also lend at a single digit. To be precise, the lenders at an interest rate of around 6%, we lend at 9%. So even in the current market, with all the
lowest,
would you find any mortgage that will cost you 9%?
Nope.
So what we do is that we leverage on that funding to online to our members, based on a framework, a policy framework that we have agreed on with them. And of course, what we do is that if we lend to our members, they refinance whatever we have lent, as long as we meet the KYC conditions and all that goes with it. So in essence, the SACCO is benefiting from the spread. The spread in terms of the 9
6
and 6.
to 9.
So the 3, without using our own funds, we're able to...
You actually get the 3.
But you see, for them, they must also get the market to be able to access this credit.
That's true.
So that is the way it operates. So it's we lend, they refinance. So even in terms of the cash flow we're not really strained with that kind of a product. Yeah.
And it's a good thing.
Yeah.
And so Mwalimu Sacco members would come to their branch and say, I have found a unit and this is how much it's going for.
Right.
There's a top limit, of course, because
yeah.
the whole idea is affordable housing.
Yes.
1 million shillings you can on lend.
Absolutely.
2 million you can get.
Absolutely.
3, 4,
Yeah.
5 you can get.
Right.
Let me speak to the members of Mwalimu Sacco then right now. Please walk into your Sacco branch today. Tell them you want the KMRC deal. They'll give you a mortgage at 8% and then go to Vipingo. Go to talk to Vipingo Development, because Vipingo Development are actually selling houses in Vipingo from as low as 1.98 million shillings for a studio. 1 bedroom is 4.05 million shillings. A bedroom loft apartment is also 4 million shillings. 2 bedroom, 5.85 million. 3 bedroom, 6.75 million shillings. This is in Vipingo in Kilifi County. You know about it.
Right, yeah.
And it's right on the way to Kilifi from Mombasa. It's right by the road. It's near an airstrip. It's the dual carriageway that's being built between Mombasa and Kilifi.
Yeah.
So it's accessible. It's a wonderful place to be. And if your members actually now come and take the KMRC deal package, they'll be able to afford this. All you need to do is put up a down payment of 10% for whatever unit, whether 1.98 million, that's 198,000 shillings. Talk to Vipingo, SMS the word Vipingo to 22365, or you can call 0740 400 215. That's 0740 400 215, and Vipingo Development will get in touch with you. They'll tell you all the houses that you have. We can even arrange for you to go and see them, and then walk into your Sacco, ask them for the KMRC loan, and you get into home ownership. It's as simple as that. Let's take a break. 25 minutes to 9. Our guest this hour is Kenneth Tiambo. He is the CEO of Mwalimu National Sacco. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of 1 in a give Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes, and that bling. Samakuwa Mocha.
Toast to luxury.
In a give single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Haven't any fun yet?
Woo! In a give Kupindukia. So subscribe now to get
It's
2 months.
Nairobi will see highs of 29. 31 will be the high in a sunny Nakuru, and sunny as well in Nyeri, going to highs of 29. 27 will be the high in Eldoret this morning through Friday. Mostly sunny at 28 in Mombasa, and at 28 it's also sunny in Malindi. 21 degrees and sunny in Kisumu, going to highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 33 in a sunny Kakamega at 22. It's 22 and sunny in Kampala, highs of 28, and we'll go to highs of 32 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam at 27. Cloudy at 16 in Johannesburg, going to highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 34 in a mostly clear Lagos at 23. It's sunny at 23 in Kinshasa, highs of 33 down to lows of 23. Not so bad coming off the Thika Superhighway. We're just looking past that. Utali Drift is where most of the traffic is, inbound, bumper to bumper, until you get to the Pangani underpass. On the other side of the city, it was looking pretty chaotic on Gong Road, but that seems to have leveled off a little bit here and there. Raila Odinga Way still pretty busy as they're trying to join Gong Road. Coming out of most parts of Gigiri today, Kitisuru, and then on to Limuru Road. We have some traffic there, but really, Friday morning has not been too bad. Most of your traffic is outbound. It is the weekend after all. Tell us what's going on where you are through today. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings tonight. 94.4 Spice FM.
The conversation with Kenneth Dhiembo from Mwalimu National Sacco. Kenneth, you told us, in this Sacco business, you must continually innovate. First, you need to attract the younger demographic, and the younger demographic will want things in a different way from how the older demographic of your members were interacting with the Sacco. Now, this we'll talk about then, the digital transformation, and whether you're adopting it and how you're adopting it. Let's look at this younger demographic wants things faster. You talked about, I don't have to walk into a banking hall for a Sacco to go and register membership. I also don't have to do any of that to go and apply for a loan. I don't have to do any of that to deposit or withdraw my money from the FOSA. So how do you make it work as Mwalimu Sacco?
Right. From our perspective, the digital evolution is here to stay. And that being the case, then, what as an institution do we do so that we sustain this issue of our members having the convenience, our members having the comfort of accessing ourselves, our members having the courage to access some of these digital platforms? First of all, we look at what is our business, what does our business strategy speaks to the institution in terms of how we intend to move forward. After knowing exactly where we want to go, then we now replicate that in the context of the digital transformation journey. And one of the things I'd want to state here is that a lot has happened in terms of that journey within the Mwalimu National, and also even the Sacco, wider Sacco sector, which is very good. One of the things that we strive to do is that in our every innovations that we create, we must first of all see value in the context of IT governance. And what does that mean? That your IT governance must speak to your IT strategy, which of course transcends the bigger strategy. And that's the way we have looked at it at Mwalimu National. And that has really helped us in looking at what is it that our members want. And one of the things that we keep on monitoring is that what are current trends in the market? What are the new technologies that are coming up? How do our members resonate with them in terms of access? What would they like apparently to happen moving forward? And of course, you've stated very correctly that the youth segment is one of those things that keeps us awake in terms of as we innovate and digitally. And of course, that said, then how do we position our products so that we don't have to create what we call the traditional inconvenience, whereby if I want a loan, I have to look for a colleague that we're in college. I'm in Nyanza, I have a colleague in Kwale. I can't get him, so I have to move around with a physical form and fill it in.
To get guarantors.
How do you create a platform whereby I can apply for loan, call my colleague in Kwale, call my colleague in Lamu, call my colleague in Turukana. Can you log into the portal, guarantee me that loan? So that element of turnaround time also is dealt with. Those are some of the thinking that you're doing. The other issue that we are also looking at is that I talked about the membership. As I mentioned, the youthful segment has no business telling them to fill a 3-4 pager form. It's none of, they will not do it. So how do you create convenience to them through that digital transformation to be able, or rather to allow them to access onboarding of membership without moving from the desk? And you can do your KYC if you are connected to the government GPRS anyway. So, and the last one is, in all this journey that you're working in the digital transformations, where does your digital trust sit? And what digital trust here is that as we innovate, as we create all these platforms, as we bring something new, the client who is a member must have like 3 things. They have the comfort that the platform will be available to them, whether they wake up at the middle of the night. They have the comfort that whatever data that they have given you Because you see, there's a lot of data that you're holding, personal data that you're holding from members.
Yep.
How are you able to protect it in terms of giving them the privacy and the security of it? We also have a responsibility as an institution. How do we ensure that within our digital ecosystem there exists that element of comfort that whatever is being offered will continue to improve it more. And of course, what are the various options available? Options available, what I'm saying is that personally I may not have a preference to go to a banking institution and use my card. How do I make that available to someone who more akin to using the phone? Let me give you something that happens, and this is where the age demographics comes in. I have a category of VAT members that they don't believe on phone too much. They want to interact at the branch.
They want human
Interaction.
And when I ask one of them, why is it so? And yet you spend a lot of money going to a branch to access the services. What I was told is that is the only time that I can visit a town. And that is the only reason when I probably talk to my principal, they can allow me to go and visit a town. So you see, people have various needs, but the youthful segment is totally different thinking. Actually, as you put it before, they're even asking us, we need loans and we need now. I'm employed today. My first paycheck probably is next month. Don't tell me that I have to wait for 6 months.
And how are you dealing with that? I mean, because it goes against the practice that has been there for 49 years, right? That you're going to have to see some kind of history. And I think this is it. In this digital age, in this, consumer-driven demand, it is, you have to basically, you cower to the needs of your clientele. So how do you do that then? Everything that you've known has been that structure.
Right.
And here is this huge group of people who could be very, very, good potential clients for the SACCO who are asking you to go against everything that you've done. Do you adapt? How, rather, do you adapt to that?
I think you brought in a very important element of being agile. I mean, being adaptive. Institutions in their form must be agile, must be adaptive, so that they also change the trends. What we have done, and of course many circles have also done that, is that we have created products that fit for their purpose. And for example, for us, we have what you call a Karibu loan. A Karibu loan is for a new member who has not earned even a salary. So we give you some element of, let's say, like 100,000, so that you can even start buying the basic elements of what you need to
start life.
Start a life. Because sometimes you post it into Lamu and you have not earned any salary, but you need somewhere to stay in. You need to have your basic equipment or other utilities that you need to use. We have also other category for those members who have not reached the 6 months. We have also another loan product, which of course now offers them a big amount. We look at your pay slip, how much can you pay? We assess it. Yes, you don't have a savings. How can we lock you? We can lock you in, give you the loan. Part of it goes to savings, so that it pulls you up there. As you have this loan, you also saving. So that's how we capture them as we move forward. But the most of critical element is, what about those who just require some small amounts that may not really have a high risk, like a micro lending through the mobile phones? If you have a salary, even non-salary, we lend you that. But what we are looking at now is moving away from that traditional guaranteeing framework to what you call a credit scoring framework. If you know your character, and you stated it very well, if I know that we look at your records, that you pay your bills on time, your obligations are not everywhere, every time you're not listed, why would I not give you even 10,000? And you see, we look at the volumes. If I give 10,000 for 1,000 members and only 10 of them default, I would have made my money through
the other
spread.
900.
So where is the risk? So that small elements of amounts, would already covered my risk at one moment in time. And that is how we look at our youth. And now we want to move to another sphere of unsecured credit. You don't tell people that you have to be guaranteed, and of course you look for guarantors. If I have your salary, unless those people who are salaried, or a business, they have that business, and you know very well that there are inflows coming through your quasi-bank. Yeah. Why would I tell you to go and look for a guarantor if I have your money coming in? And see, that unsecured credit, is one of those game changers that we're actually targeting the youth. So that they, without them thinking of moving to banks, because they're very quick at moving to banks, and they get tied up, and then they start, the loan is not moving. 3-4 years down the line, they have only been paying interest. Yeah. While other colleagues are saying, I took a loan from a SACCO. I finished. I'm only remaining 1 year. It's 3 years, it's 3 years. So that is how we're looking at it moving into the future, so that we accommodate this critical segment that is very important for our sustainability of the institution. I want to leave an institution that I can see even 10, 20 years after I retire. Not an institution that will go down when I'm already in my sunset years. And I think I would have really done.
You want to take pride in seeing that you contributed to something that's still standing. Absolutely. Which is something also which is very big. You mentioned trust, and trust here was in the context of the digital platforms. Yeah. People want to know that, this platform that I've built, that I'm using is trustworthy. It's going to be available when I need it. It's my information and my data is secure, and my information is kept private. That part of availability, we see all the time. People talking about system iko chini, system iko down. System. Do you experience that in your circle, and how do you address those moments when maybe there's an influx of people, particularly towards end month? Systems will get bombarded by members trying to access many of them at the same time. How do you handle that?
Right. Let me answer the bit of question in terms of in our situation. Yes, it has happened. And of course, that is one of the pain points that our members go through. It is not one of the things that you also want to sit as a CEO. And even my colleagues see happen. Because you see, when my salary comes in, I should get access anytime I want it. So one of the things that I know even within the industry that we are advocating for is that your IT platform should speak to your availability in terms of the service that you offer. And how do you do that? First of all, I know within the industry we have had challenges in terms of getting the right IT platforms. But of course, that is changing with time. And even in our situation, I know we onboarded a new core banking system, but these things take time. What we normally do is that we must have resilience in terms of the systems that you have. You must have alternatives. If I have a platform in mobile banking, I should also have a platform in agency banking. I should have a platform in what you call the cards. So that you give my members options. In the sense that if I can't transact via phone, then I can get my money through an Indian bank. And that kind of alternatives give them a lot of comfort because they say it's availability. But again, you also have to invest in systems that give you guarantee in terms of availability of service. Because one of the things that really becomes a thorn in institution flash, also in financial sector, is non-availability of the system. And of course, that over time, it depends on how your IT strategy speaks with your bigger corporate strategy. Because many times we embed some of these things together. But the way we look at it at Molimo National is that this is the strategy based on the business needs. How does IT come in to address those needs? That is basically what needs to happen. You don't also give an IT a KPI which is not linked to any business. So that is the journey we're walking. We have had our challenges, of course, but so far so good. We recently launched a new mobile banking app. The feedback that you're getting is marvelous. I mean, the members can now access the accounts through the phone. They can even do transfer, and account transfer from Mwalimu National to a bank Mwalimu National.
Using the app?
Using the app. We are moving now into the space of allowing them to even access bigger credit through a fund. So what we are saying is that those small emergency loans that we spend a lot of time having our staff review in terms of eligibility, why can't we move them to a mobile platform and deal with the bigger credit
amounts
that probably portends high risk.
What would that do in terms of traffic of folks now? You know, these little amounts that you're talking about, again, probably, you know, feeding that audience that you talk about who's looking for something quick, let's go. What would it do? What would it free up then for you to be able to focus on? If people can now go to their phone, you know, and deal with that, and the system organizes it, then I'm assuming that the things you would be able to do when that is moved would be monumental.
Right. You know, when you have your systems working for you, then you really have a lot of advantage in terms of how you can even reorganize your resources. Because right now I have 18 branches spread all over the country. Spread as far as Kapenguria on the other side, spread as far as Migori, then the other one is Mombasa. In these branches, we have staff that are working there. We have the infrastructure that we have put into place. So that will help us leverage on the efficiency in terms of what other areas can we deploy them, and more so in areas that focus on innovation in terms of what is the new thinking that probably we're looking at in the medium and the long term. And of course, that freeing up of the resources and consolidating our positions also has an element in terms of the costs that the institutions incur every year, because at the end of the year, like right now, our members are asking when are we paying them their dividends.
Right.
So that dividend, for it to come, you must be very efficient, you must be very lean. What I'm looking forward to as we move through this digital transformation journey, the 18 branches probably will only have to cut them down to 4. Because if I can do everything here, why do you need
another
branch?
Right. And somebody who's in what, because essentially, is that not what you're saying now with this digitalization, that it doesn't matter where somebody is. Kapenguria, you're on the system, so you're able to serve whoever it is.
Yeah. So because you see, by nature of Mwalimu National, we can't have branches everywhere, but we have members everywhere, including even the volatile Lamu Tana River area. We have members there. We go to Kwale, the other side, the border of Tanzania, there are members there. We go to Turkana, all the way from Kapenguria. We have members there. The brick and mortar kind of operations cannot work for us in the longer term. And that is one of the conversations I keep on having with my colleagues and the board, that we cannot afford to be opening branches. That is not sustainable moving forward. But what we have to leverage on is the digital technology, which of course, as I mentioned, guarantees digital trust. Because the moment you also have your clients not having trust in your digital, probably like what your friend here said, availability. That would make me move to another financial institution.
You lose.
So we must have that resilience and element of continuity to assure our members, or give comfort to our members that whenever they need financial service, whether it is their deposit, whether it is a credit, it's available and they can be able to access it. That's what builds that trust, that digital trust. And of course, the security in terms of data, so that the data that you entrust to us, you don't find people starting calling you tomorrow and giving you offers that are not there. Yet Mwalimu Sacco holds your data. You must protect that data, because even the current legal framework is very punitive. And those are some of the things that we're looking at. And hopefully, when our time comes to go home, we'll leave a better institution.
There's something else on the level of trust. And trust here, Mwalimu Sacco, 50 years, it has built some level of dependability. There are other SACCOs that are coming up, and people, join the SACCOs few months or years down the road, they're belly up. So it's about issues of corporate governance. Even though there is a SACCO regulatory authority that,
regulates and monitors how you operate.
Yeah.
How do you, as Mwalimu Sacco, look back into your corporate governance and say, we are now going to even strengthen our corporate governance better? Our decision making, our management is going to address the actual needs of our members.
Right. I think you brought a very what do you call interesting perspective to that. And of course, as you rightly put it, is that governance is the fabric of sustainability of the institutions and of course growth. And of course, each institutions have their own challenges. And of course, you and me know that even as Mwalimu Sacco, we have had our issues before, including the issues of Spire Bank, if you remember.
Yeah.
We have a housing unit that in Kisaju that, of course, we currently offloading. The uptake has been good for the last 2 years, but before then, there were a lot of challenges. But of course, I remember when we are dealing with the issue of the bank, what I told one of the journalists that in Mwalimu National, when we make decisions, we don't lament about them. If we make decisions, they're not working, we regroup, we rethink, we refocus on what can really, add value. Otherwise, if we keep on lamenting and not giving members solutions, then we are not also fit for purpose to sit to those institutions and make those decisions. But the issue of corporate governance is very critical. And it's one of the areas as Mwalimu National, even in our board charter, even our management structures and everything, is taken very seriously. Every year, we have what you call a board evaluation that is done, and of course each and every board member is evaluated, including myself, on aspects of corporate governance. How have you been able? Your colleagues, of course, give views on you, and that feedback has helped us to build systems and controls around how do we need to move forward. And I'm happy that. The issue of the bank is behind us. I think that is one of the big plus that I can give the board and my fellow colleagues, management, in having that matter settled. So now, what remains is that how do we move forward in view of some of the issues that we need to deal with. And it gives me a lot of comfort because I can now sleep 7 hours.
Well done. Kenneth, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Kenneth Vyombo is the CEO of Mwalimu National Sacco. He's been our guest talking about building digital trust in the Sacco industry. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Lagat, Jack Ranguma and former Law Society of Kenya President Nelson Havi, who have been appointed as chairpersons of the boards of Rivertex, Sacco Society's Regulatory Authority and Retirement Benefits Authority respectively. Others appointed through a Gazette notice dated February 10th, 2023 is Dental Surgeon Samia Muravij, who has been appointed to be the chairperson of the Board of Directors of Kenyatta National Hospital, and former Nambale MP Sakwa Bunyasi as chairperson of the Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. And Kenya has assured of the country's commitment to fully supporting the Republic of Mozambique in the war against terrorism. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua revealed Kenya's unwavering support to Mozambique's efforts to fight against terror after holding a meeting with Geronimo Shivavi, High Commissioner of the Republic of Mozambique. During the meeting, the two expressed appreciation for the mutual long-standing cordial ties between Kenya and Mozambique. And the government has directed education officials to ensure that no public school is charging unauthorized levies imposed by head teachers within their jurisdiction. In a letter, Education Principal Secretary Bailey Kipsang asked regional, sub-county and county directors of education to move with speed and probe schools imposing illegal charges on parents. This comes after the Education Ministry received complaints from angered parents and guardians and other stakeholders on unauthorized levies imposed by head teachers of special admission fees, purchase of desks and lunch money in complete contravention of the government policies and directives. PS Kipsang notified the education officials to also ensure that no levies are charged on the above. The government has allocated a capitation grant of 15,000 shillings per child. Still on matters education, and lecturers at Egerton University have blamed state agencies tasked with oversight roles in public institutions for the woes facing public universities in the country. The Dons, whose employer is among the most financially challenged institutions, said that the agencies turned a blind eye to red flags raised by bodies such as the Auditor General years ago. University Academic Staff Union Egerton Chapter Secretary Dr. Grace Kibwe said that the government should look into who failed to perform their duties first. She pointed out that if the agencies had played their role aggressively, the universities would have been strict to ensure the institutions and their resources are well managed. And former President Uhuru Kenyatta, in his capacity as the facilitator of the EAC-led Nairobi process on the restoration of peace and stability in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, has urged warring parties in the Democratic Republic of Congo to lay down their arms in line with the Luanda Agreement. In a statement, Uhuru specifically encouraged M23 rebels who had seized large areas of DRC's North Kivu province to cease hostilities and withdraw to the points agreed upon through the Luanda process, which has been reinforced by the Bujumbura communique. While lauding the intervention of regional heads of state in the conflict, Kenyatta noted that he will step up the planning of the Nairobi 4 consultative meeting in a bid to end the ongoing feud between the DRC government and the M23 rebels. And the Kenyan Farm Products Company has embarked on a historic mission that seeks to uphold the message, actions and legacies of one of the greatest and most celebrated eco-feminists in Africa, Wangari Maathai. Wangari Maathai, who won the 2004 Nobel Peace Prize for audacious conservation and democratic efforts, personally planted over 30 million trees and used her influence, office and persuasions to convince the world to plant over 11 billion trees. Today, following the footsteps of the iconic environmentalist, GPC Ecolife, a Kenyan company that deals with organic fertilizer and farm products, has decided to walk in the steps of the historic Maathai and go even further, plant an extra 9 billion trees from Kenya to places as far as Peru, Bangladesh and Bhutan. And the president of SpaceX revealed the company has taken active steps to prevent Ukrainian forces from using the critical Starlink satellite technology with Ukrainian drones that are key components of their fight against Russia. Gwyn Shorwell says Starlink was never meant to be used militarily in the way that it has, saying the company didn't foresee how profoundly and creatively Ukrainian forces would rely on the technology. Shorwell's admission that SpaceX, which is funded by Elon Musk, has prevented Ukrainian soldiers from fully using the technology, confirms the long-standing belief that Musk and the company are uneasy with Ukraine's military use of Starlink. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, Kiambu Road is a mess. It's in and outbound traffic. It's actually most of it inbound because we are at a number of lanes right now. It's been busy all morning and doesn't look like it's letting up just yet. Traffic coming in off the Thika Superhighway is heavy right around that Utali Drift, just past there, heading out through towards the Pangani Underpass. Most parts of the city have done what they've done with traffic this morning, and it's done and dusted. Raila Odinga Way still has some traffic. It's heading out towards Ngong Road. The other side of the city, looking east on Jogo Road, a little bit here and there, but manageable as you get closer towards the end of traffic hour. Still, talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
7 up to
the
9.
only way to...
This is the final hour of the Situation Room this week. It's the month of giving, the 10th of February 2023. And we are also giving you a chance to get 1 month extra if you subscribe to Showmax. If you sign up to Showmax today, www.showmax.com. What do you get?
300 shillings and you get 1 month plus 1 month. 300 shillings at least for a month of a subscription. But then now, because Showmax in a give, you get another month. All your stuff for free. 1 extra month.
An extra month.
Yeah.
Pay for a month, get
a month
another
free.
month free. Bog off. Right? Buy one, get one. Free. All right. We have another guest who's joined us now in the studio for the final conversation of the week. Lawyer Dunstan Omari is here with us. We saw him on Wednesday night in Karen, in the cold of Karen, in this very hot Nairobi. He was dressed very warmly. Yesterday we saw him at the law courts saying very many things. Let's welcome the advocate Dunstan Omari with the day's proverb. This one is Igbo. That G must come in. Igbo.
Put them together.
The proverb is Igbo from Nigeria. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. Wakili, good morning.
Synthetic pregnancies can be hidden.
Hey. Had to be a lawyer just to bring another perspective.
No, it's Friday, Wakili.
Surely.
Pregnancy of 1 month can be hidden. Pregnancy of 9 months, it depends on the tenure. But that is a lawyer's argument.
I see that's a lawyer's argument.
Yes.
Eventually, if this pregnancy goes to full term, you will not hide it.
It will never be hidden.
That is like character.
But you can relocate to where people who don't have eyes are. Then it will not be seen.
Lawyers will
cannot just
argue.
be, I mean,
As I tell you, science is the one that works well. And math.
Yeah.
Math, you're told, the
Use this
circumference of
formula.
a circle is pi d. Pi is 22 over 7 or 3.14. D is the straight line from one end of the circle to the other end of the circle through the middle.
you will get the answer.
You'll get. Lawyers will start arguing. Who said that this line must be straight?
Who said the circle is equal measure from start to finish?
Who said the circle must be circular?
And that is true because the lawyers will be taking a position depending on who is the principal. It is not the lawyer arguing, it is the one who has instructed them. So the position he takes, if the circle is different, then that is the position of the client. But that is another day for those mathematics. But lawyers are very poor in maths.
If we depended on lawyers, we'd never know the circumference of a circle. Simple things. Anyway, Wakili.
Yes.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thanks.
We saw you in court yesterday. We saw you in Karen on Wednesday. All right. We also heard from the DCI. We heard from the Inspector General of Police. We heard from the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior. We heard from the EACC CEO. We've heard from so many people. We are just waiting for the local security companies to also issue a statement. All of them saying what you people are seeing in Karen were your own things.
Yeah, we are waiting for the GSU to give their statement. We are waiting for Kenya Wildlife Services to give theirs. We are waiting for GS to give their services. We are waiting for everybody up to my village watchman to answer. Why?
Let's start with the what. Let's start with the what. What was happening in Karen on Wednesday night?
What was happening in Karen is that a commotion arose. And that commotion arose within the precincts of Karen, where the former minister, the former cabinet secretary for Interior was. That is his residence. People, not animals from the orphanage, you know that place is next to the orphanage, came to the residence of the minister with an attempt to either arrest, kidnap, maim, whatever intention that they wanted to do.
Or visit.
Whatever it is. The minister, the cabinet secretary, the media raises an alarm. The police and everybody in this country, everybody in the security sector says, it is not our guys who are there. Then the question comes in that, yes, it's not your guys who are there. Then what did you do once you realized there is commotion? You and all the other media houses were live. To date, as I'm talking, it's more than 36 hours. The police have not bothered to go and see what that commotion was. Whether they were chimpanzees that had sneaked from the orphanage, whether it was foreigners who had come, whether it was terrorists who were attacking our former CS. To date.
Nobody has come?
But the government is consistent that it is not us.
Okay.
It is not us who are there.
Let's start with you.
The question is...
Let's start with you. Who was there?
Yes.
What time did you get there?
8.
8 p.m.?
Yes.
What were you going to do?
My client called me.
And
yeah, it was a stress call. So we were there officially because...
What did he tell you when he called?
He has information. The cops are coming for him.
Okay. So he has information, police are coming for him.
Yes.
He did not say, I am looking through the window and I'm seeing people outside my house.
Remember, we are not...
Or there's somebody who has knocked at my door.
Remember, we are not dealing with an ordinary...
No, we are not.
Kenyan. We are dealing with the former head of security at a cabinet level for the last 10 years.
Yes.
He has his own way of getting information, even if still is not in government.
Okay.
So, he calls us in advance and says, I have information.
In advance of what, Wakili?
At 8.
No. You said he calls us in advance.
Before the operation. Before the actual
said that there was somebody going to come for me.
Guys are coming for me.
Okay. I would like us to go through this chronologically because obviously the danger of not giving the information as you experienced it, I mean, we don't have to spell it out. Very dangerous, right? So from the reports, and then you can confirm or deny that, it was said, allegedly, that there were people, we had gone as far as saying that the area around his house had been cordoned off by these individuals. Did this happen in your presence?
This time, we have been told, come.
Okay. 8 p.m.
Okay.
You've been told, come. I have been told people are coming.
People are coming.
Okay.
The lawyers moved to the side.
You don't live far from him.
I don't know how you sure I live somewhere.
You get there.
You went that direction.
What time did you get there?
8.
Okay. What did you see
find
when you got there?
Karen is not a stadium where you are able to see what is happening outside. It's a leafy estate. It's a control estate. Once you get in, you are only able to access the compound specific that you're going.
Okay.
You cannot be able to access other compounds on what they are doing.
Okay.
So generally, when we arrived there, we went and saw our client.
Yes.
Who told us the type of situation that is there.
Okay.
Already, unmarked vehicles had already gained access.
Okay.
To
his compound?
There is a road.
Yes.
Within the road, on this side there are houses, on this side there are houses. Entry to his compound is restricted by a gate. But the public road that accesses all the compounds is a public road that you cannot come in and say, boss, this is my territory.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as these vehicles come in, the security guard, the police officers are present. His own arrangement in terms of security are present. Information is already relayed in advance that the big boys are coming. So he takes cover in his own house. What is very certain is that nobody entered his own house.
Okay.
Nobody entered
the
his
compound.
gate, the compound.
Okay.
But many people were outside. That's why he said there were quite a number of people
outside.
These people were outside. The state is saying they are not police officers. But they are not saying who these people are.
When you arrive there, this road that leads to the Honorable Matiang'i's home, did you find any vehicle, any human being?
Many.
On the road?
Okay.
Many vehicles?
Many either that belong to the owners of the houses. You can't really say the specific vehicles were destined to a specific gate, because the houses, as I've said, is a control area.
Yeah.
Vehicles can be parked 200 meters apart.
Yeah.
But their target is the CS's
can be
place.
there. Okay.
Vehicles can be parked 2 meters apart. Really, that
without any target.
You can't any target.
Okay.
So the question is that report now moves out that they are unsuspicious characters.
Okay. Was the area cordoned off?
I've tried to explain that it is impossible to cordon because it's not it's not a one.
And it's a public road.
It's a public
It's a
road.
public road. Okay. So that didn't happen. Also, now you're saying that we didn't know these vehicles that were outside where they would have been going. So
That is very clear.
So was he then under siege, as we've been saying?
That's what I'm saying.
As it has been reported over the last 36 hours that actually I'm being held, in ransom almost in my home. How were we able to establish that on the night of Wednesday?
I've said this. His compound is inaccessible as a house.
Okay.
But the road that gets to this place, there are very many strange vehicles, very many people who you are not aware who these people are. Is this not cordoning? Because once you cordon exit.
You block off the area. That's
The
what
only area that he could have found exit. Strangers are there with strange vehicles.
Okay.
Behind is a forest. The CS could not be able to know what is happening
Sure.
behind the forest. The only place he can be able to ascertain is that the frontage to his compound have several unmarked, unfamiliar vehicles with very mean-looking human beings.
Okay.
And immediately an SOS goes that I'm under siege.
Yes. Was there any conversation held between these mean-looking individuals and then yourselves who had come to the house at night?
When we arrived, because we are saying we are arriving, these people are not telling you they are going to the CS's place.
Okay.
You ask people, they cannot bring their vehicles as windows down.
Oh, so they were all in the vehicles?
There are people in the vehicle.
Okay.
There are guys on the knee. They are not just at the gate so that you are saying that you are entering here. People are hovering here. They can't identify themselves.
Okay.
They cannot say exactly where they are going. That is the alarm that triggered that. Because of the earlier information, are these people going to the orphanage to watch the zebras? No. Are these
visiting
people?
the neighbors?
Are they visiting neighbors?
We don't
No.
Are they the neighbors just sitting in their
Are
cars?
they neighbors? They are not neighbors. The neighborhood, everybody knows each other. So the question is, what else do you do? Is to raise an alarm.
Okay.
Who do you raise an alarm to? You don't raise an alarm to Ichungwa. You raise an alarm to the relevant security apparatus.
Okay.
That I'm under siege.
Okay.
That was 60 hours ago that the former CS was under siege. Nobody bothered to come and know. And it is common practice that even when a husband and a wife are fighting, just mere noise, the OCS will send cops to come and see what is happening.
Okay.
This is a former interior minister. There is an alarm. It takes 14 hours for the IG to come and say, those are not my people. Whose responsibility is it to come and know who are these people? Nobody is saying they are your people. Why don't you come and know who these people are? That is the only question.
Oh, because from what you're saying, they could be thugs, criminals, whatever.
I've said they could be anybody in this town.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
The former cabinet secretary for the interior does he currently have police security?
The number was reduced.
But does he have police security?
He has police security.
Are they stationed at his home?
I will not completely detail the security apparatus, but I'll say that he is not completely stripped of security, but it has been downgraded heavily.
Were there police officers guarding the former CS on Wednesday night?
Very well. They were.
And they saw these strange vehicles coming and parking?
I can't talk on their behalf, but where they were positioned,
they
must have seen them.
Okay. These police officers have the detail and authority from whoever dispatched them to make sure that they are guarding their subjects.
Very well.
Did they interrogate these strange vehicles?
Definitely. They must have been the source of the information to the CS that there are strange people around here.
Okay. So there was therefore police presence.
There were police presence.
In Karen on that night.
Very well.
So what you're saying that the IG cannot say because he did not send officers, therefore is contradictory. Because officers who are guarding the former CS are actually police officers who report to the Inspector General of Police.
The Inspector General's police, his report is that he does not own the bodyguards. According to what you are raising, the bodyguards are not police officers. But because he's saying there was no body from the National Police Service there. Bodyguards are members of the National Police Service Commission. The DCI confirms that they have taken some of the statements from their own officers, which means there was bodyguards. The question is not about the bodyguards. The bodyguards are known by the CS. Okay. Bodyguards are lawfully there. There is a bunch of people that have been disowned not to be members of any disciplined force in this country. But nobody is denying presence of people. The question is, why then did the government fail to go and ascertain who are these people?
But there were officers on the ground. That's the point I'm raising.
They are government. The officers on the ground
have been told at all times,
guard this
person. On that night, officers were in Karen guarding the said person.
And there are goons around here.
Okay. So the question is, did these officers
engage with these said goons?
Call their headquarters or their superiors and ask for extra officers and backup? If they didn't, then the local OCS has...
This is nested with more than 20, 30 houses.
Yes.
Nobody specifically. The bodyguards are specific to a particular body and a particular house.
Yes.
This is a road.
It's a public road.
Are you getting the point?
Yes.
The only issue is to inform that there are suspicious looking people here.
Yes.
Are we together?
I think it goes beyond that.
They must have escalated to their command center.
Are you certain of this?
They must have. My words are, they must have.
You're not certain?
I'm not certain. I'm not one of the security operatives.
Right.
But Spice raised an alarm. Spice was there, showing commotion there. Did anybody, did the area OCS, did the area OSPD, did the Inspector General, did the DCI?
Do you know whether they spoke to their own officers? Because the Inspector General sitting and watching TV and sees all this commotion, and the first port of call, of course, is, I know I've got an officer there. Hey,
what's up?
OCPD, OCS, call your officer, or whoever is in charge, whoever these officers report to, what's happening? If the officers say, ni kina Dunstan wamekuja hapa,
let them come out clearly that we are the goons.
Okay.
We are the people,
the
lawyers that caused a national uproar.
Wakili,
Once they say that Raila Odinga and myself and the others were friends of Matiang'i,
Sure.
and we were only going as visitors, let them come out very clear.
Wakili, then you must understand how all of this becomes befuddled then by the statements that we heard on Wednesday night. If now you were saying we're not sure who these individuals are,
nobody's sure.
But on Wednesday night, we were talking about arbitrary arrests, and we're talking about the dark days of a former regime, and we're talking about kidnapping.
Matiang'i's life is in danger.
Matiang'i's life
Those
is
are
in
your
danger.
words.
How is it possible? You said this.
My own words, and I still stand by them.
How is it possible that you could make such a conclusive statement, but now you say you're not even sure who these individuals were?
What I'm saying, this is a former CS. There are suspicious characters here. These suspicious characters, the first point of call are police officers. Based on earlier intelligence reports, the CS has put it very clearly that he had information they are coming.
Okay.
Will they come in uniform? Will they come with a Land Rover?
We don't know.
Will they come whichever way they will come?
Will they be paratroopers who
They
just
might
get into
be.
his compound?
They will not definitely come in a police vehicle.
But
they will come in a manner. Let's give them the benefit of doubt. They were not police officers. Were they human beings that were suspicious? Whose mandate was it to come and know who these people are?
Okay.
What did government do to clear the air? That's the only departure. That anytime you make a distress call to the police, their first answer is to come and ascertain.
Yeah.
Why didn't they come?
Again, Wakili, you said this is a public road, all right?
Yes.
There's an institution on one end of the road, it's a cul-de-sac, and to the other side,
Yes.
right? Houses on both sides of the road.
Yes.
These suspicious vehicles are not necessarily parked outside the CSS gates. They're along the road.
Along the road.
Adjacent to other people's compounds.
Yes.
Did the other neighbors complain? Did any other neighbor complain and say, you know what, there's actually a vehicle outside my compound? Because they're not outside the CSS compound.
I'm not advocate for the neighbors.
Did you hear anyone? Did any of the neighbors come out and tell you, by the way, these people, in fact, I was wondering, what?
The question is, when the lawyers come, if these people had a good intention, why did they take off? If the people had good intention...
If they took off, they would not be having good intention.
If they were visitors for a wedding party, why did they take off? And the question is, these people, the number of plates of the vehicles are registered at the main barri. They don't belong to this place.
Right.
And when confronted with that information, the state is saying, we are going to investigate. A registration number of a car is not something that the DCI will take a whole year to investigate. So in essence, we are saying the CS was left to fight for his own life. The people entrusted to protect him either from police officers or from goons or from even lawyers who can turn against him, refused, rejected, and up to date as I'm talking, none has gone to visit CS Matiang'i to ask him what really happened.
The CS's life, really we cannot say it was in danger. These people were not outside his compound, they were not inside his compound, they were not inside his house. The man is guarded by police officers, and police officers have not been empowered. Have not been overpowered. As far as the CS,
look at the chronology. Look at the chronology.
His police detail is intact.
Look at the chronology. The CS's full detail is downgraded.
All right.
A day after that, he has information. He's being invaded. Suspicious vehicles are here. The relevant authorities keep quiet. Were they coming to greet the president, as I've heard one CS say that they were going to greet his their former boss? Let us not trivialize the question of our life. Let us not trivialize the role he had in terms of being in charge of security. Let us not overlook the type of enemies he must have created while on duty as a CS.
That's all true, Wakili.
So the question is,
was his security detail compromised?
Are they answerable to him 100%?
The security detail is, of course, answerable to their boss.
Period. Is he their boss now?
Not the subject.
Is he now the subject?
They report to the Inspector General of Police.
Very well.
even when they were guarding the former deputy president's home in Karen,
yes,
they were recalled by the then Inspector General of Police and shuffled. So the security detail attached to Dr. Matiang'i does not report to Matiang'i. But was that security detail compromised? If he had 4 officers that are left in his detail, were there now 3 on that night? Instead of 4, were they 2 on that night? Did any of them come complaining that, you know what, I've been hit with... I have been compromised in any way. Was there such? Is that what we are using to then classify this as the former CS's life was in danger? Or was it vehicles that were in the neighborhood, not outside his compound, but outside the neighbor's compounds?
The CS's life was in danger, and is still in danger in that security detail was downgraded. Okay. 2, there were people outside his area. Nobody has taken interest to really investigate who these people are.
Okay.
If they are criminals, they should be arrested. If they were police officers, they should be known. The role of who was there and the intention can never be shifted. And I've seen quite a number of Kenya Kwanza people saying, show us the video, show us the photos, show us that. Whose burden is that? Are they still thinking that C.S. Matiang'i is the Minister for Interior? He's not. He's a simple public, he was a former public servant without any state power. It is them.
Okay.
The burden cannot be shifted to a private citizen that show us the evidence. So they are losing completely, and the propaganda that show us the video is so cheap. It is them. The CCTV cameras, the DCI and the police have power to go and pick all the footages from entry to every house. Can Matiang'i go to the neighbor and get the CCTV footage? No.
Is he chairman of Nyumba Kumi?
Is he the chairman of that Nyumba Kumi? No. So really, it is so simplistic that the government does not, and that is why it is very uncoordinated. Everybody is saying, it is not my people who are there. The question is not about whether it was your people who are there and they are listening. The question is, who was people are there.
Is it burning?
It's burning.
Okay.
Because and you can answer it after the break.
Yes.
But then what did the Langata OCPD and the DCIO go to do at Matiang'i's home yesterday morning?
I answer after the commercial break. Perfect.
It's 25 minutes to 10. Lawyer Dunstan Omari is here. He is Dr. Fred Matiang'i's lawyer.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of 1 in a give Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes and that bling. Sama kuamoka.
Toast to luxury.
In a give single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Having any fun yet?
Woo! In a give kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of 1 from only 300 shillings for limited time. In a give Showmax. Sign up at showmax.com.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny at 23 through Friday. We'll see highs of 29 in Nairobi, and we'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Nakuru at 19. It's 15 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 29, and 27 will be the high in Eldoret, where it's sunny at 19. 29 and sunny conditions through Mombasa, and 29 as well in Malindi. It's 25 and sunny in Kisumu, and we'll see sunny conditions through Kakamega at 25. 24 and sunny in Kampala, going to highs of 28, and 32 will be the high in a cloudy Dar es Salaam, currently at 29. 17 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 20 and lows of 14, and Lagos is sunny at 26. It's sunny at 24 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 33. Let's look out into Beijing, where Friday evening we'll see highs of 8 and lows of -5, and it's cloudy at 4 in Paris this morning, highs of 9 and lows of 2. 1 and mostly cloudy in London with highs of 8, and at 10 degrees Thursday night, New York is clear. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 14 and lows of 2.
Spice up your life.
Okay, finally, Kiambu Road has gone with the program, and we see less traffic there as folks are getting out towards Muthaiga Square. On the Thika Superhighway, just at the Pangani Underpass, inching slowly into the city. Limuru Road still seems to be a bit busy. But again, nothing too crazy. Some traffic then coming off from Gitanga Road, heading out towards Lavington. Kileleshwa splitting through towards James Gishoro and out towards Waiyaki Way. Traffic hour is over officially. Keep an eye on things through the morning. SpiceFM KE Twitter.
Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The National Society Securities Fund has asked all employers to comply with the NSSF Act number 45 of 2013, which is set to increase monthly contributions from 200 shillings to 2,160 shillings. This is after the Court of Appeal ruled that the act is legal, allowing the government to move forward in implementing it. NSSF Board of Trustees Chairperson Anthony Nyeri said that following the ruling, employers are required to remit the said members' monthly contribution to the fund by the 9th of every month. Kenya still has a low supply of warehousing facilities despite increased demand for storage and distribution spaces brought about by a surge in e-commerce. This is according to Knight Frank Kenya CEO Mark Danford, who has called on real estate investors to invest in the facilities to fill in the gap. In Kenya, however, where e-commerce has also grown significantly, Danford noted that the facilities is still scarce. Nofund, the Norwegian investment fund for developing countries, plans to further increase its financing to local enterprises in Kenya seeking growth support this year. Nofund, owned and funded by the Norwegian government, helps build sustainable businesses that would not otherwise be developed because of the high risks involved by providing equity and other risk capital in developing countries. The Norwegian Development Finance Institution has a portfolio of $372 million invested in Kenya across various sectors of the economy and invested $32 million in the country in 2022. Worldwide Fund for Nature Kenya is looking for a program accountant with a valid driving license and a certificate in defensive driving training with at least 5 years of work experience in a reputable international NGO. Suitable candidates are required to send their CVs and cover letters by 10th of February 2023. Visit jobs.digga.co.ke for more information on these and other jobs. Digga Jobs, your credible and trusted jobs partner.
Spice FM Business.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Advocate Dunstan Numari, and also we continue to remind you this is the month of giving and Showmax in a Give PR. They're telling you if you go to www.showmax.com, you will be able to see the kind of packages that Showmax has, and the lowest one goes for 300 bob. Choose any. Sign up for any. You sign up for 1 month, you get an extra month free.
Yep.
Okay? From as little as 300 shillings, then sign up for whatever you want. Okay? The lowest is 300 bob, get an extra month free. Wakili, so you went to court yesterday and you were seeking anticipatory bail, which you got. And the CS has been now asked to deposit some, how was it, 200,000?
Personal bond of 200,000. He signed a personal bond of 200,000.
All right. So what does that mean?
For the benefit of Kenyans and those watching worldwide is that the court has now agreed with us with the arguments we took to court, the apprehension that we took to court, the evidence that we presented to the court, that he's likely to be arrested outside the known legal procedures. So the court has given him a personal bond that he will present himself to any investigative agency of this country who will summon him.
Okay.
Because nobody has ever summoned him.
Okay.
After that, the court is very clear that CS Matiang'i is not above the law. He will subject himself to any investigation. And we did put it to everybody that the CS is not disputing him being investigated. And the DCI has confirmed in his presser that they indeed are investigating several files. But they have not reached the point of him being required to record a statement or him being arrested.
Okay.
That is what we were looking for, that if there is anybody looking for Matiang'i, let him be summoned.
Okay.
You don't come at night without a search warrant, everything. So, two, the fact that the court has stopped any form of arrest means the police cannot come at night and plant guns in Mr. Waziri Matiang'i's house. I've seen a very senior lawyer associated to Kenya Kwanza saying somebody who has more than 500 guns in his house is for what? That is actually what we were trying to avoid. That if thugs entered in, or if anybody entered in,
and planted,
they can plant anything. They can plant guns, they can plant anything there. So right now, if they want to come to do a search, they'll go to court, ask for the authority for them to come and do a search. What does this mean? The CS can be arrested if there is sufficient reason to arrest him.
Okay.
The CS will present himself to any relevant authority. Third, the CS is ready to take the dock in any constitutionally recognized tribunal or court of this country to defend himself, so long as the accusers come out and put to the whole world what they have against him.
Okay.
If it is politics, the public, spies will be covering. It will be known this is politics. If it's criminal, spies will be able to say, here is a charge sheet, and Kenyans will interrogate him. But doing things at night, the court has stopped that, and that's why we are happy that now the CS can walk freely. And anytime they need him, and as I put it very clearly to spies followers yesterday, that the CS is ready to go and stand before the ICC to defend himself. Whoever has a claim, put it. He's not above the law. He's not that one.
All you're saying is don't come at night. Don't
follow the law.
Don't stop me in the middle of the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, but why do we need this, Wakili?
You see,
are we saying that the police are, without this personal bond, without going to court and applying with the personal bond, that police can tonight come to Eric Latif's home and arrest him?
I'll tell you, quite a number of the people now in cabinet, quite a number of the people who are in the government were arrested in similar manner. I did defend that position of the law, that it is not right under the current constitutional dispensation the police to operate in a manner that is suspicious. And very many of the people who operated under the old regime, now they are being arrested for not following the law. And that is why I'm telling the DCI and the other ones in charge that after the regime changes, then they will be arrested for either following unlawful orders. Then Omar still will be there defending
To
them.
defend
The
them.
problem with us lawyers, we are only loyal to the clans. We are not loyal to any political formation.
Yeah.
So the people we were defending, that
So
time
it
they
is
were being
wrong.
arrested. Now they are the ones arresting. We are now defending.
So it's wrong to go to anybody's house in the middle of the night and grab them in their underwear and take them to police
That is the law. It is not allowed within the law.
Whether you're identified or otherwise.
The law is issue summons.
Okay.
Okay.
Fail to comply with summons. Walk to court. I'll give you, for example, this cop called Rashid. IPOA gave summons. Rashid did not come. They went to court. And the court ordered Rashid to come and take plea. Or warrants are issued. That is a procedure worldwide. The police must learn that type of arrests, those are Gestapo types of arrests. Those are arrests that Kenyans spoke against under the constitution.
Who could these individuals have been? Because I think that also is a bit, spooky once you think about it. That there could be, random individuals in vehicles standing out somebody's house. Number one, they're unidentifiable. Number two, they choose not to speak. And then number three, when any other kind of presence comes about, they take off. Who could these individuals possibly be?
That's what we don't know, because under the law, an arresting officer, the first thing to do is to identify himself by the badge that I'm a police
word of
officer.
mouth,
I'm so and so. No. Anybody
show the
can
badge.
masquerade himself
Okay.
that I'm a police officer.
Okay.
How do we know that this badge is authentic?
I'm moving to that.
Okay.
The law provides that he must identify himself. 2, it must be within working hours.
Okay.
Unless it is an emergency that has happened in front of something. 4th, if it is a matter that has been investigated for long and they want to do a search, they must go to court before a magistrate, get a search warrant. Come to your door. If you refuse to open, they will again go back.
They can't force.
You remember Jimmy Wanjigi's
Wanjigi's
matter? They could not force. They go back to court and explain that we have not been allowed access.
Right.
When they get what is called a break-in order.
Okay.
Then the police come in, break, and get you. That is standard law applicable to every Kenyan in this country. But because of that ignorance and because of the Matiang'i fiasco, now I have a chance to explain to every Kenyan that the police have a procedure that has been approved by Parliament, assented by the President, that is the way they operate.
Okay.
There is what is called the police standing orders that provides the mode and operational manual of how the police should operate. None of those were applicable at that place. That is the argument we are saying, that our client is a law-abiding citizen. A phone call like this, Matiang'i, you are required at Kilimani police station. He will say, I'm in Nyamira, give me 2 hours or let me come tomorrow. That is the law. If he fails, there is a form called you will be compelled to attend. Failure, they'll go and get a warrant.
How come nobody has ever gone to court to challenge the manner in which they were arrested? The Kamata Fridays.
We did very many of those issues, and quite a number of cases collapsed in
On
the
account of-
unconstitutionality of an arrest.
Okay.
If the arrest was unconstitutional, if the evidence gathered, for example, the DCJ Mwilu's matter, where the police went and obtained illegally the evidence, the court threw that. So the law is as settled as it is. The only mistake that the government found out is that Matiang'i got the really criminal lawyers who know that procedure. And that's why we're asking, identify yourself, give us that. We take the details of the badge, give us the search warrant, give us the arrest warrant. They couldn't. They couldn't. So the question is, how many Kenyans will afford a battery of lawyers like Matiang'i to be able to avert?
200, you said?
Well, yeah, we were 200.
200 lawyers.
200 lawyers.
And you were able to park in this place that had all these vehicles?
Lawyers are not vehicles. Lawyers are human beings.
Okay. So how did
where
you
they
get
parked,
there?
where they parked might be very far. The question is, were there a
200
defense team,
lawyers.
200 lawyers, to defend the law. Not to defend as we went to defend the law. We went to defend the rule of law. Because this country cannot be governed arbitrarily. It must be governed within the rule of law.
Okay.
Or if they want to change the law, go to parliament and remove that law and say anybody can arrest you all over. Two, you've raised a very issue. These guys were not police officers. Then who was there?
Who were they?
The police should tell us.
Could have been 10 of those 500, 200 lawyers.
Oh.
They should be getting who were these people?
I mean, they were all called that evening. You don't know. Dunstan arrived there at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
You don't know what time the first lawyer was called.
Yeah.
So we actually don't know who these people were in the vehicle.
And that burden remains to the government to say who the people were.
Sure, can I come back to that point? Is that there is still the insistence on knowing who these individuals were?
We are still demanding.
So we went to the break and I asked a question because we do know that the OCPD for Langata as well as the DCIO went to Karen yesterday morning. Why would they go if you said that until now nobody has shown up?
The DCI and the OCPD drove in.
Okay.
At around 11, something like that.
Yesterday morning now.
They never went to the home of the CS.
Okay.
Where they went is not where the scene of the crime was. To date, the CS, who I was with for breakfast before I came here, nobody, no government officer has gone to ask him what happened. Is he supposed to be asked? Yes. That's why I'm saying it is now heading to 56 hours. Nobody has gone to ask the former CS of Interior what really happened. Is it that the DCI has a court order or the Inspector General, we have court orders stopping them from going to ask the complainant what happened?
Maybe they're working methodically.
That's what we are saying as we are putting to the world that any time as a distress call comes, the first person the police need to get the details from is the one who called, is the one who is in danger. To date, no government officer. Yesterday when I did a media presser at Milimani, I raised that question. Why are these public servants that we have paid seated on their armchair and saying, it's not our guys there, it's not our guys there. Why haven't they go? Then the OSPD is told to camouflage that you drive it. And once they drive it, they don't go and meet the CS.
Who do they meet?
That's what I'm saying.
They just drove in and drove out.
The CS, whoever, if they drove in, all I'm telling the public is that the CS has not recorded any statement.
And nobody in his household.
Nobody in his own household. Nobody in the house of Matiang'i has been asked the events of that night. Is that normal? Is that place a scene of crime? Yes. Was it supposed to be preserved? Yes. To date, the house of the CS has not been preserved or condoned as a scene of crime.
But it was not a scene of crime. You just said.
There's a complaint.
Yeah.
The investigations, the DCI says, preliminary investigations show that it is fake. You get shocked if you are already saying that this is fake. It is a stage-managed dramatic incident. You have not even talked to the complainant. You've not even talked to the advocates who are there. You've not even visited the scene. But already you have a conclusion that it is fake. That's what I'm saying.
The wording of the DCI appears to suggest that he spoke to somebody. Could they have spoken to their own officers? Because they say lawyers arrive in the compound. At some point, lawyers leave the compound and they tell those at the gate that we are going to address the media.
I'll tell you I was
So
there.
that means that the DCI is relying on information obtained from the person who was at the gate.
I was present. The said lawyers who came in
and walked out
were led by me. The sequence of those events to the DCI is very embarrassing. When the true sequence of the flow of lawyers in and get out, and the getting in of Raila Odinga, that's what I'm saying. If the DCI, as a professional and the competent DCI, he could before talk that, not rely on half-baked information that is the sequence of events. And I have no right or I have no interest to put it right to him. Okay. Remember, I've seen people say, when Ndindi Nyoro was arrested, there were video clips of what. We are dealing with the former head of intelligence. We are dealing with lawyers who know the question of evidence. So the DC has given his version.
And you have yours.
Ours will wait.
For the day.
Because the DCI...
Do you know, don't tell us who, but do you know the registered owners of the vehicles that were there?
No.
Okay.
Do you have the number plates of the vehicles that were there?
Yes.
But you haven't found out the registered owners yet.
I cannot discuss that because the numbers are there in today's newspapers. Right. The numbers are splashed there. It is no longer.
And you know for a fact that they were registered at the entrance to the estate.
It is expected that any vehicle entering that
estate.
It is expected. I cannot say with certainty what, but the vehicles, their number plates are known. There are known occupants in those vehicles, either are known or are unknown. That burden cannot be shifted to Matiang'i. That burden shifts to government.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you were being called, saying that you received, because you said on Wednesday evening, you had received intelligence, that you were going to, that this was going to happen. Did you know on Wednesday night as well that you would seek anticipatory bail the next day?
As a lawyer, that is part of the training on how to resolve your client's issues. We have tools known to us. One of them is that whenever government wants to do some monkey business, you rush to court and get an anticipatory bail. So that is the tool and the immediate. And we put it very clearly at night that we will be tomorrow, we'll be here with a vigil. Immediately, we left others there. We came and made the application. We filed it, and the judge has agreed with us.
Okay. Dunstan, thank you for joining us today. When you go back and you talk to your client, Salimia Sana, tell him when he was CS, we really wanted to interview him. Now he has a bit of free time, hopefully. We'd like to interview him.
I will pass the sentiments of Kenyans. The CS... I'll tell him, I'm sure he's watching, and I'll tell him that Kenyans want to hear his voice.
Yes.
But for now, the voice of the CS is heard from his lawyer, lawfully appointed to deal with it. Can I get a final bite?
Yeah.
That Kenyans, let us defend the rule of law, and let us respect the operations of the rule of law. And public officers who earn our taxes, do your job. Go and interview this yes. Don't ask us to give you evidence that we have that responsibility. The burden is theirs. It used to be Matiang'i before Matiang'i handed over.
Okay.
And let them be coordinated. All that we are saying, you cannot have one government issuing statements from 30, 50 quarters.
Time for us to leave, Dunstan.
Thank you
very much. Dunstan Omari, advocate. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversations. See you on Monday.
You found many cars packed at the